and I didn't know what I wanted to do today, so I figured I want to cast some stuff for you. So that's what we're going to be doing today, okay? It's been a while since I've touched upon some non-Liga Base Wars Liberty games, so I wanted to get back into doing some of the casual stuff, so that's what today will be. Initially, I was planning on including those recordings as part of a stream that I had for, for the Liga, but then, of course, the games were so long, and then some other stuff, and then I decided, you know what, I'm tired of yapping, so I'll just save these for another day. Now we're finally going to get to do those, and another good thing too, I actually looked at my save game folder, and I did confirm that I did not look at those yet, so that is a good sign, a very good sign. So yeah, hopefully you're all having a good day today, a peachy day. Mine was pretty peachy itself, so nothing I can complain about, thankfully. Couldn't say that in the past, but ever since I got the new hardware and everything, things have been a little bit more peaceful now, so that's good. Means I can get more stuff out to you stress-free, and it works well for everyone involved, so that's great. So I'm praying that you have a good day today. It's, tough out there, but in general, today's going to be a really good day of looking at some good old Wars of Liberty and analyzing stuff. But don't worry. I don't think these games are going to take us till 11 when I usually shift over to Star Wars, so there's probably going to be a bit of gameplay as well. At least I'm assuming. Now, if these games go on for an hour, that's a different story. I can never guarantee yes or no to that, because I never pre-look at my recordings, because guess what? In the land of Legacy, our recordings actually work. Isn't that something? Ooh, okay, I was reading something in the Wars Libby Discord about the future of the Germany Civ. Pretty cool. So they're going to get the Spanish bonus of the quicker card acquisition and stuff. Wow, that's pretty good. Because if you know anything about the Spanish, they get that wonderful XP sort of trickle thing built into them so that they get cards really fast. So if Germany's going to get that, that's pretty good. Because now the devs are saying they want to give the manor bonus back to the British again. So they're going to have the factories and the manor stuff and the crazy and the merit system. Like, dude, I don't know. Maybe the devs were just angry because they lost too many times. Yeah, no, that's what I'm assuming. I'm assuming the devs were just salty for losing to the Germans so many times that they said, you know what, we're done with this new Germany. We want to go back to a different Germany. Not the old Germany, but a new Germany. And try to make it sound politically correct at the same time, of course. Yep, most definitely. So, yeah, that happens for sure. What kind of thumbnail is that? It's Age of Empires 4 with Joseph Stalin on there? The cult of personality, really? Oh man, what are they thinking about these days, dude? Wow. I mean, it's a meme, but I don't know how you combine those two topics together and have it come out making sense. I don't know. A lot of stuff going on. But I got some good news for you. I think unless something changes, we might be able to do our first gameplays of Hyrule Conquest multiplayer on Monday, on Memorial Day. Yeah. The Hyrule Conquest guy said he would be around, so we might be able to indulge ourselves in some of that gameplay. Yeah. And I should try to lay out for you too how this weekend's going to go, just so you know. I'll do that right now. So here is how it's going to go. So Saturday, we're actually going to do Star Wars the whole day. We're not going to do any AoE stuff. It's Resurgence Day, which is a big day for trying to get all the people active on Star Wars to try to, push for a Battlefront 3. So I am going to be very active that day for the hours I can be on. Can't be active the whole day. Unfortunately, I wanted to be, but things didn't work out that way, so I'll be on for the day for a good portion, and then I'll be on later for the night portion, which I usually do. So you'll get 2 Star Wars segments from me tomorrow. Sunday, We'll do the Liga stuff. We'll have time to do that. Should be pretty swell. And then Monday, if we can get the Hyrule Conquest in, that would probably be the thing to do that day. If not, we'll have to find an alternative. Since I'll have the whole day to work with, it's one of the few days I have the day off for. So I will actually be able to sit there and stream for you. So that's actually going to be really good for you. If you're, eating your Fruit Loops and your Lucky Charms in your mother's basement, I'll get to actually stream for you that day instead of having to listen to Cat Girl. Yeah. Yeah, only I'm unstoppable, man. They have this crazy scammer guy. Hello, everyone. Senior engineer with 6 years building practical AI and full stack systems. Why are you inside of a Big Sopranos Discord server where Lily just talks about depression and working in McDonald's? Like, why do we need a full stack developer that knows React, Angular, PHP, and MongoDB, and no SQL databases, and I don't know, Amazon Web Services, all for that. There's no reason, man. You're literally a scammer, dude. That's all I can tell you. Yeah, no, I mean, if this was like a computer science student-based Discord server, I think your magical little tricks would have a little bit more weight, but not here, sir. We here have common sense to know that that is very sus, considering the topic of the server. Tell me about 100%. Yeah, big time. But yeah, no, either way, yeah, people aren't the smartest. I actually had one of those clowns call me on Discord the other day, saying, "Ooh, I accidentally reported your account for illegal purchases," and I'm like, yeah, whatever. And they said, "Ooh, look at this graphic. See, it's very bad." And I read it, and I'm like, okay. The Steam admin you had there, his name was literally John Doe. What? Not even trying to imitate a real person, just John Doe. That's like a April Fool's trick. That's like really cringe. Like if somebody falls for that, man, you have to really be sick or something. Like now, take advantage of the sick people, man, with that one. And then it literally says in the message, "Okay, we'll give them 12 hours to do it, or else we'll autoban them." I'm like, yeah, in like a real report, they would never tell the reporter what they're going to do to the other person. It's like totally confidential. So, yeah, these scammers are not that smart. And it doesn't matter because I want them to be stupid for the sake of others, because if they keep acting stupid, then they'll be easily identifiable by 90% of the people, and we want to worry about more of these scams coming, because every time they take an account, they do it with a new account and a new account and a new account. Yeah, so, yeah. I don't know why they have my number, though, but from what I can tell, they do it to everybody. They do it to Glemistan, they do it to Codefender, they do it to everybody under the sun, including people that don't even talk on the servers that much. They still get tapped by them, so it's kind of an interesting situation, yeah. Well, I was reading some Discord stuff. I guess they have some new people in our special little Asian Dynasties group. So if we ever want to like get together to do the Asian Dynasties gameplay, we can absolutely do that together. Pretty good, The Asian Dynasties, really good game, I often joke about it because I think Wars Libya is clearly better because of the content spike in it, but if you want to just like have a standard Age of Empires 3 experience, some ways TAT is way better than DE because it runs smoother, it's less lag, less this, less that. The recording system is totally good. You don't have to worry about syncs in your recordings like 99.99% of the time. So on DE, I have to start later for my streams. That's because I literally gotta go through every file, starting with like 45 minutes, just to make sure they don't sync for you by fast forwarding through the file. It's like so annoying, but with Legacy, you don't have to do that. It actually works better, and that's why all of my Wars Liberty casting streams are just that much more relaxing, because I can get right to the good stuff. I don't have to question if the files are even valid or not. We sometimes have a problem, don't get me wrong, but even then, it's really just because somebody typoed the file, and I can usually fix that myself, because, I studied computer science. That's like very basic knowledge for me about introduction to IT course level stuff about how to name files correctly so they don't do weird stuff. But yeah. Yeah, totally. So let me get those files now. I'm just going to do it real quickly here. Where is the files? There they are, rec games. All right. So we got about 6 of them. Cool. Awesome. This is back on the 15th. Cool. We got Veringo, Metal, and Nathan. Okay. Metal. So Codefender's going to fight Nathan. He's going to fight Veringo, and then he's going to do a team game with Metal 6'9". If you don't know who Metal 6'9" is, we talked about him a lot last year. He's the Juanito that only has 9.6 fingers because of a serious industrial accident he had working in the factory with sheet metal. If I remember correctly with sheet metal, he was like doing something that like chopped like the end of his finger off. And he only has he has 9 full fingers, and then he has one where it's like about 0.6 of it left. I don't know how he figured that out. Maybe he used a ruler or scaling, measuring tape or something, but that's at least what he claims it is, so I'll take him at face value for it. So yeah, totally. Yeah, let's get the save game here. Alright, we got 6 recs to work with, so let's try these out and see how good they are. Which one should we do first? The Nathan ones, the Veringo ones, or the team one? And who's here, by the way, while we're cooking that up? It feels so clean in here now without having 50,000 record files, like the hoarding nightmare I had on my other, thingy-majiggy there. I'm going to just see who we got. Anybody cool? Okay, we got one person here. Cool. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for coming. We're going to have a good day today. So let's I think we should start with Veringo first. Code's been getting kind of scared of Veringo from what I heard. Actually afraid of the Juanito Pirano. Like, really. He says Veringo's gotten really dangerous with the British and the Germans. So, we'll see if that holds any weight. Wink wink, it does. Veringo is an absolute monster of a player with the British and the Germans. You haven't seen it yet. He trolls around with the Peruvians. It's really his Japanese, German, British gameplay that's like really wow. I thought at some point he was literally, that was Cap smurfing as Veringo, because I was like, Veringo, I know, doesn't play like this. And then sure enough, found out it was actually him. I'm like, wow. Why doesn't he play like this when he does Peru and stuff? Yeah, no. He also plays like that with the Inca, too. He's like really good with the Inca. Because there's so many people like, no, Veringo's pretty easy. And then when he plays certain civs like, Germany, British, Japanese, and Inca, he becomes a completely different Godzilla. But from what I know about his Peru gameplay, he technically trolls a lot with that. So he's probably better than he leads on to be, but he's just not playing with 100% pragmatism. That's why you don't always see him. He still gets some pretty scary wins with even that civ, so yeah. But anyways, here we are. We got Veringo playing British. We got Codefender playing Canada. So we got the Crony Bear Civ, Canada, against the British. Now, in terms of 1v1 viability, this is a really good matchup, honestly. This is a really, really good matchup. Because you got 2 really scary, dangerous civs battling each other here. You got one of the better 1v1 aggro civs in the game, which is the Canadians. Just because they have a really special unit, the Troupe de la Marine. It's a naval skirm or a sailor unit, but unlike other ones of its class, it's actually good at just basic combat, because it fields a really strong range attack. Yeah, so most naval skirms, range attack is kind of varying. It can be that of like a musket, sometimes a bit weaker than that, so not the best. But these guys have a range attack, it's 32. That's like real, that's, for some civs, that's like the Imperial stats on their skirmishers before you start adding cards to them and stuff. That's like really good. And you can imagine how that scales into Veteran, Guard, Imperial upgrade. It's a big deal. It really is. Yeah, and you gotta consider it's a naval skirm too, so it has multipliers against siege troopers. It has multipliers against artillery. It's got crush armor. Yeah, the only downside, doesn't have pierce armor since it's a naval skirm, and it has low hit points of about 80. So, in that regard, it can be a risk for you to get them. But in every other facet, they are great. Also, they're a little pricey too, I'll mention that. So they cost a good amount of food and coin. Honestly, all you need to do is you need to assess the battlefield as you're going on. If you notice your Trupa DR Marines just aren't cutting it anymore, you're not really getting a lot done that you would expect. Let's just say you're noticing that they're doing good, but they're not necessary anymore, and you're running low on your coin mine. I would suggest you switch to militia then, and just spam that, and maybe get a second or third barracks and just do that. I think there's a time and a place in every Canada match where I often have to do that, so maybe you have to too. But overall, I'll check out his deck. Code Fender just goes for infinite 300 wood. This is totally appropriate because with Canada, you actually age up with wood instead of food. So if you're one of those AoE 3 players that likes to send infinite 300 food with China, for instance, you would have to do it with wood with Canada to get that same age up benefit, just so you know. Also, these wonderful log cabins here of Canada, these houses, they don't only provide you 10 pop space, they also trickle wood, which is very, very good. Yeah. Alright, Brits are aging up now, by the way. So what he got? He got free trade. It's basically just Colbertism, but it's renamed. It's the same food trickle of 2.1 food, so it's pretty nice. He also keeps martial law in here, too. This is a really good turtle card. What it does is it increases the attack of your town center when you garrison inside of it. So it rips through infantry a lot faster when it's defending, and frankly cavalry too, because it has the cavalry tag as well. Yeah, and not only that, it also lets you send a second batch of bigger Minutemen as well. Totally, so that's another good thing to have with it as well. But what marriage is again, just so I know? Is again Prince Imperial, the French marriage. This is the one I like to go with most of the time. Yeah, so instead of normal age-ups, the British have marriages, where they marry royalty from other European countries, and then later on, eventually, a wider breadth of countries after that. And what you do is, with the marriage, you adopt really one sort of either civ bonus to that civ, or a age-up reward that's sort of themed around that civ, if that makes any sense. So in the case of the French marriage here, Prince Imperial, you get a change to your villagers, where they now cost 110 food, but they gain a 10% gather rate buff on all things. So essentially, your settlers turn into semi-courier de bois, which makes sense, since that's one of the primary features of the French civ, is, the courier de bois being a more expensive but better gathering villager than the settlers. So that's the French bonus that you get, essentially. Right? Now, that's not all. British can also construct factories with the Explorer, starting in Age 2. Yes. You see this one he built at Theata here? He can build factories. He can build up to 2 of them in Age 2. And then if he wants to build more, he has to send you have to send cards to do that. So that's something you have to plan. But looking over here, notice how Ringo is shipping in cherry bums to try to counteract these Trupa Diabanese. Copenhagen's using a very tricky tactic here, where he is grouping up his Trupas in a close defensive stance, so that they all group up together in a little pentagon type shape. And what this does is, when you're microing and stuff, it ensures all of the infantry get to shoot. Because when you have a wider line of infantry like this, sometimes some of them collide with each other with the pathing, and then they don't get to shoot, and it messes up the micro. Having your units in a close little ball like this lets you snipe things easier and get out easier, because you can control this little ball a bit easier than having a big mass of stuff. The only thing you have to watch out for is, of course, grenadiers and artillery, because if you keep them in this little... And also melee infantry with splash, because if you get caught by those things or trample attack, they're dead. They're basically dead. See, you can't always do it, but there is a time and a place like the early game like this, when you're raiding and stuff, you actually want to group your infantry in a little ball and pick off vills and stuff. Yeah. But anyways, here we are. Ringo's bringing in coin. Looks like he's going for some sort of fast fortress, or he's getting ready to prepare factories, right? Code Vendor's going with the hard rush to troop out DI Marines. Again, 32 range attack. It's a killer of a unit. The only weakness is the low hit points, so it's kind of a frail glass cannon type infantry, if that makes any sense. And he's going to follow it up with Spontooners. Spontooners are your spearmen, your pikemen. So they are the ENC cav, but they're also great at sieging stuff too. And Ringo's doing a pretty good job at securing this TC. Right here. So, is the coin his second card? Yes, it is. Okay. Well, no, he got the cherry bombs as well. I wanted to see if he got martial law next, because honestly, if he's getting rushed this hard, having the martial law active could be great for you, because then you could call out a big, beefy stack of Minutemen, clean these guys up and scare them off a bit, but who knows? Yeah. He's sending his settlers off to chop wood in the meantime, while his base is being sieged. We'll have to see what sort of rebuttal Ringo has. I'm pretty sure he'll have one, though, because, look, he's got all these bills out here chopping wood, so he can get houses, he can get a barracks that way. He's not out of the fight yet, and as I said, he got the French marriage, which means these guys actually gather 10% faster off the bat, so that's pretty good for him. You know, it means his settlers are going to get even more wood in a short amount of time, and maybe be able to get a barracks and some houses up to counteract that. Plus, his micro with the Minutemen is superb. He's targeting down each Spontooner one by one, ensuring that they die except for that last volley there. So that should really help him out, right? One thing to watch out for with Canada players is their explorers, these little dogs here. And why they're bad is because they can move in the front of your army and sort of distract your unit's pathing. See what this is? Because they bite you in the front, your troops, after they kill their current target, will try to hit the dogs, and then they're not shooting at the real threat, which is the range stuff. Yeah. So that's the only thing I would say about that. But overall, I think Ringo did a decent amount of damage. He's also, again, the martial law in there now. And then he's going to be able to call the big batch of men. And that's the one that's going to save his base, most likely, because once he does that, he's going to call the big, beefy batch of men. It's like 350 coin and food. And here it shows up. So now he's got like 15 Minutemen, and this is enough to protect your base. It's enough to kill the dogs quickly and to scurry off your opponent. Because the last thing you need as Canada is to lose your troop out there Marines. As I stated, they are very expensive. 65 gold. And you know, in terms of Age of Empires 3 resource scaling, coin is way more valuable than food and wood. So losing gold is not ideal this early in the game. It's really hard to come by when it comes to the mining rate and stuff. So yeah, unless you're like at Civ, it gets a lot of coin trickles. Losing that is not ideal, right? And while all that's going on, Ringo's applying constant rating pressure with these 3 cherry bums that he's been able to retain and keep alive. So yeah, just little things like that can mess up your opponent's micro on the front, because they constantly have to keep throwing their bills into a TC, and that can ensure that you stay alive for longer too. So that's like really helpful to your survival. Yeah. Okay, it looks like Ringo's getting an outpost here, which he will get down. He is getting that outpost down. Cool. What's that, a market? Okay, I was saying, yeah, I hope he's not trying to get a factory now, because now's not the time for that. Cherry Bums are going to have a bit of a field day. They're going to get some fur traders there and pioneers. Oh, but he's got some... I mean, I think he can take them on. He should be able to, I hope. But the problem is, though, is of course these guys do a ton of damage, though. So, no, he will kill these units. I guarantee. Yeah, he will get them. Now, the thing I worry about, of course, is that the Cherry Bums, compared to, say, the Hussars, have less hit points than the Hussar. The Hussars have about, I believe, 320 HP. The Cherry Bums only have, I think, like 300 or something like that. I wasn't, like, looking when I was doing it. I should, but it is slightly less. But they make up for it with more movement speed, because they actually run a bit faster and thus zip in and out easier. Okay, the villas at the TC are kind of dead and screwed. They did get a shipment of redcoats out, though, so that's good. Now you're starting to see why Canada's a serious problem. They're a constant, perpetual threat of pressure and raiding and rushing that can constantly threaten your base. Yeah, that's sort of the main issue when you're dealing with like a Canada player, is that they're going to constantly be raiding and raiding and raiding you all the time. With these Troupe de Marines, with their Spontaneer militia. They're an annoying bunch, you know? And that's what they rely on, honestly. Because with most civs, they don't have that sort of early aggressive edge to them that they can maintain strong pressure with the unit like that. British has the huge advantage of being able to plop down those 2 factories early, and then getting themselves into an economic situation that's more akin to, say, a civ with a big eco bonus like the Portuguese or something, you know? They just always score-wise going to be ahead of you. Yeah, for right now, looks like Ringo gets the TC up. He also gets the barracks up. So he is surviving. He's going to be getting some red coats, which is great. So he's not out of the fight yet. He can still make a ton of military between now and whenever. Also, technically Coat Fender hasn't been doing a lot of range infantry, so Redcoats are looking pretty good right now. Because the thing Redcoats got, compared to other muskets, is I think they have better... I think they have better multipliers against Cav, and I think they have some better damage. Let me see. So yeah, 25 range attack, 150 HP, multipliers of cavalry like this. Pretty strong unit. Before they used to have like 200 HP, but they had no armor. Now they reduced their HP a bit, but gave them hand armor to make them more specialized against Cav. And honestly, that's pretty fine. I mean, they're still a brutal anti-Cav unit, and they're still all around pretty good musket too. So it's really going to be your best unit to go for here, unless you strictly know to just spam the spearmen. Yeah, okay, Minutemen out first, little batch, and then he's probably going to get the bigger batch after that, right? Right, very good. Also, the good news is he's British, so if he can like keep this monkey off his back for a while, so to speak, he could get his factories down and clearly jump his score up very quickly. It's not over for him yet, right? No, definitely not. Definitely not. Now, what I find interesting in, he doesn't have laissez-faire. He doesn't have laissez-faire economics, and that prevents him from getting a third factory in Age 2 through the home city. And I think, to me, that's a little bit frustrating right now for you, because having a third factory right now would be a great way to show some force over your opponent. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no, I would definitely love to have that right now if I was in your shoes, to have that third factory, that build limit card that ups your factory build limit by 1 in there, so you can use it. He also doesn't have the one in Industrial Age. He only has the Fortress Age one, the Liverpool-Manchester Railway one. Yeah. Well, at least he's getting out Green Jackets, that's great. See, Green Jackets, at least now, they're really good specialist skirm against heavy infantry and light cav. If you look at their multipliers, it's 3x against heavy infantry and 3x against light cav. So while its stats aren't the best for a skirm starting out, they are really, really good at fighting heavy infantry. Really good. And since counter-infantry rifling is no longer an arsenal tech for the Europeans, having skirmishers that start out at 3x against muskets, that's a big difference. That's like a huge difference for these skirms. They're doing like 45 damage per shot, which is really good. It's way better than the standard, crossbow type skirms that you normally have at this stage of the game. So that in itself gives the Brits a pretty good advantage. Not only that, it's an 18 range skirm too, so it does shoot a bit farther than, most early skirms. But it does cause coin though, so you do need coin for it. Kind of, again, a more expensive infantry, kind of like the Troupas. Troupa de Marines, yeah. Now, does he have his Explorer? He does not. He should get him though and get the 2 factories up. Unless he wants to get a Fortress Age first, because what he could do is, if he could get the Fortress Age, he could actually ship one of the factories in, so he could save on the resources if he's kind of dire for that right now. And then possibly, maybe get this in, or a unit shipment of Falconets and really push back, yeah. This is sort of the transitionary period of Canada that I was mentioning before. It's kind of getting to the point now where Code is transitioning more to Spearman and possibly Militia. But I think he did ship that in too. Okay. And he also went to Fortress Age. That's another important consideration. He's already in Fortress Age. He just shipped in 9 more troopers to that. He also has Whitworths. Looks like he already made Riflemen. He has Menace Rebels here. This is a skirm. And he's got all this. Okay. That's pretty much it. Because with civs like Canada, they classify as Anglophony civs. So you have to see what faction they went for because it determines what unique units they get. For like Age 2, you can either get these Troopas or you can get Foot Guard Grenadiers. Fortress Age, either Menace Rebel Skirms or Fencible Skirms. The big difference is the Menace one is sort of like a food and wood costing one, kind of like a native unit almost. The Fencible is like a longer range skirm, kind of like longbow level range, and also has multipliers against artillery too. So kind of like a Culverin skirm sniper hybrid thing, yeah. He just veteran upgraded his Spearman, Splatooners. He also did the same with his Troupa de Marines. Ringo is turtling up with a WOL here. He's adding in a bottleneck. This is a smart idea if you're defending as a player to do. Just to get that little bottleneck in there, make it hard for your opponent to get in. Let's see what Ringo's doing. He's trying to get a Fortress Age now, and then Code Fender, being the smart player that he is, knows to go for a timing attack, so he doesn't give Ringo the luxury again cannons and keeping him out. Because boy, could it be a much more complicated situation if he gets Falconets. And even if he does get those 2 Falconets out, guess what? These are naval systems. If they're right up in the face of your buildings when the Falconets arrive, they can kill them on one shot. It's 32 times 1.5, actually 38 times 1.5. Mathematically, that's like looking at like 50, 60 something damage, right? Pretty big stuff. Very big stuff. So that's exactly what you're looking at there per shot. And he went with the Portuguese age up, so he's got another TC here. He just sent out a big batch of Minutemen, but now he's got another TC that's auto-building right now as part of the Portuguese bonus. See, Ringo's playing a masterful game of turtling, but unfortunately he doesn't have anything to follow up with it now because he faced so much immense Canadian pressure early on. I'm sure if he dealt with the more milder, less aggressive, strong, early civ in Canada, I think he would be fine with it. But because he's dealing with Canada, a very aggressive civ that just pushes so easily with the Troopas early on, and that added wood economy of the log cabins, he's forced into this tough situation where he's constantly having to move from place to place, migration-wise, with his villains, and it prevents him from really growing anywhere, you know? He is going to try to vie for those Falconets, but I think, honestly, they go down rather quickly to those Troupa de Marines. That's what I see happening here. I think, you know, they're going to go down in probably the first shot or 2, honestly, if I had to put my money on it. So, yeah. That's mostly what I would be looking for, honestly. Yeah, most definitely, most definitely. Alright, so looks like, yeah, Ringo's just gonna scurry over here, see if he can secure this front. Yeah, like I said, really, because you got these naval skirms, if you really want to, you could just like run right up to the Falconets, go boop, boop, like that, and you can take them out so quickly that the Falconets only get 1 volley. I guarantee you. Maybe 2 if you really aren't aiming properly. All he has to do is like focus fire this one, focus fire this one. And since Falconets actually have less rate of fire than gunpowder infantry, you could possibly get them both down. Yeah, because trust me, I studied this in Coliseum Budokai and D. I believe Falconets have a rate of fire of, I believe, like 5 or 6. Is it? It's slower than the infantry rate of fire, which is 3. So, that actually go really good for you math-wise. Be able to micro this one down and possibly get this one down, you know what I mean? As long as you focus firing. Yeah. But, Code still leaves him alone. What's he going for? He's going for Spontooners and light cab too. And then pretty soon he's going to be ready to go for a counteraction. Yeah. Alright, so we're getting ready for a very good final battle here between the two. I think, though, it's pretty obvious at this point the Code Fender's going to be in a really good position. He's got way more units, he's got more variety of units. This is like nightmare fuel. He's got spearmen, he's got range infantry, he's got every kind of range infantry. He's got early skirms, naval skirms, actual skirms. He's got scout units in the form of hand cavalry. Not only that, he's shipping in 12 Ulans here, German Batallo do Diablos. These are immigrant Ulans that the Latin American civs can usually ship in as part of the German immigrant system, but with Anglo civs, you do get some cards in the home city that can also send those units. So here you are with 12 Ulans. You might be asking yourself, man, why would a card give you like 12 Ulans? Doesn't that sound like cheating or whatever? No, it's not, because in Wars of Liberty, Hussar-type cavalry, the scout units, actually have less hit points than they would in DE, based on the 2 pop. So they have less armor, and they have a little less HP, I believe. Yeah. So in this game, the Ulan's HP is so small here, 247, that it's basically infantry. Because look at the infantry on, say, the rifleman. It's 192. Ulan's only like 247. It's barely more HP than infantry, so it's actually a 1 population unit. Yeah, 1 population. So they have the same population cost as Coyote Runners. Yeah, very interesting, huh? Oh, it is. It definitely is. So yeah, but what's going on in Bringo's base? Anything to salvage here, or is he kind of dead right now? Looks like he's kind of dead right now. Really dead right now, actually. Yeah. Wow, crazy, man. Oh boy. Yeah. Well, there you go. He's gonna send one last hurrah, big Minuteman push, and he'll be dead. There you go. Wow. I wonder if he just backed up just to throw him with the bigger arm. It's only possible. Yeah, he also upgraded his light cab, by the way, too, to Colonial Cavalry. Yeah, all the Anglo civs have their own upgrade name conventions. For Canada, it's Colonial, whatever. For the United States, it's like the actual U.S. military. You got private, corporal, sergeant, lieutenant, specialist, like the actual military ranks. It's pretty fascinating. And then Austria would be legionary, expansionary, and so forth. Yeah. Let's restart the game again and look at another one. Just so you know, when you play Wars of Liberty or cast it, you have to restart the game every time you boot it up. Or after every time you play a match in Wars of Liberty, you should always restart the game. Because there's some sort of unhard code thing that Wars of Liberty uses, that if you play the game 2 times without resetting it, it causes possible crashes in the code. So you do have to stay ahead of that curve when you're doing it, yeah. So, yep, we'll find the game right here. It will be this one. I have to just check on something real quick, and I'll be right back 1 second. Just let me do that. Should only take 1 or 2 shakes, and I'll be right back. I told you it'd be quick. I told you it would be fast. Here I am. So hopefully you didn't miss me too long. Only was about for 1 second. So yeah, let's get this done. Alright, so we got Ringo as the British. Yep. Again. Now we got Code Fender as Australia. Yeah. But here's the thing. Now you're coming into this with, I believe, a less favorable matchup is Code Fender. Yeah. See, Australia, while it does have some strengths, I feel like the way Australia does things gives British some good openings to set up their factories and to overwhelm them. Yeah, I think so. Also, I believe now that the British now have some hand armor on those redcoats, it does give them some more resistance to the fire sticks somewhat. So I think that's another thing sort of going in their favor, I guess. Yeah. Another thing, too. This is one of Ringo's most favorite maps. So he knows how to play this map really good. And what he's doing first thing, he's boarded his Explorer right across the river into this section of the map. Because on this section of the map, you have a Silk Road trade route here. And what is that? A Silk Road trade route is one where your Explorer actually captures the trading posts just by standing near them. A lot like the way you essentially capture herdables, like sheep and stuff. So, yeah, if Ringo's already 20 steps ahead, he's going to have like 3 trading posts already up here that his opponent doesn't have. So, really, things are pointing really well to a British win here. But we'll have to see, though. Just because I think that's going to happen doesn't mean that it's actually going to happen, right? Code Fender could have a really strong fast fortress into Aboriginals and go with fire sticks and stuff, but, you know, you have to just look at the timings, how it all falls into place, and the answer will reveal itself very quickly. For right now, though, we can find a barn right here from Code Fender. There's a specific reason he went for this barn. See, with the Australians, you get this really cool SIP bonus. Every time you train one of these convict labor villagers, they come with the free wool sheep. So you can take that wool sheep, and you can throw them right onto the barn over here. Yeah. See, I think Code Fender needs to do something very important right now. He has to change his barn to coin fattening instead of food fattening. Because in Wars of Liberty, you got food herdables and then you have coin herdables, right? In order for your coin herdables to work, you have to edit your livestock pen here, or your barn in this case, to essentially set it to gold fattening. So it'll fatten the coin-based animals. Because if you don't do that, you know what happens? There's a glitch in the game that will essentially screw over these sheep and drain them of all their food, because they try to gather their stuff from here and then it drains their entire inventory. So until he switches his barn to coin, notice how the sheep only have like 1 coin right now. It's more of a pay attention and stay on top of things type of macro task, that if you don't do it, you just miss out on that late game coin. You know? That could be a problem pretty much for him. Yeah. Just saying. Overall, though, the barn is pretty similar to the livestock pen in every way except for appearance, so nothing too different there, I think. I don't know if it's sturdier than a livestock pen, actually. I should probably check that. I had to climb up some stairs there before, so I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. Alright, so right now he's aging up with King Merriman, Aboriginals. This will give him some free boomerangs, I believe, or nope. I think he got some XP from that, so that's good. Because now he'll be able to either set up an early push or go for a fast fortress. Okay, so he's going to go for a push with boomerangs. Okay, that's very important. As for Ringo Ringo is aging up, right? Going French Imperial marriage, correct? Yep. He has a whole silk trade route under his belt, 3 trading posts up here. While not as strong as a regular trade route, it does ensure that he's going to have a steady supply of these resources for free up here all the time now. For now, it's XP. Once you get to H2, you can set to food, wood, or coin, just like any sort of trade route. So should be very good for him, yeah. Also, at the start of the game on this map, you start with a fishing boat and a catamaran, too. And whoever wins the fight between the catamarans typically gets control of the water unless you build a ship otherwise. Yeah. Looks like Codefender won on the war here, so he gets to kill his enemy's fishing boat and try to deny Ringo easy access up and down this river here. Because more often than not, if you're really smart, you can often put TCs up here and have a double threat for your opponent, because they have to fight you down here and they have to fight you up there. And that would normally mean that he could take his villas and move them across the pond if he has trouble down here, but guess what? He's being rushed right now here, so that's not going to be so easy for him, is it? Yeah, but it doesn't matter though, because he's got 3 Silk Road trading posts. He can easily set these to food, the point it's needed, and then have an easy peasy lemon squeezy fast fortress on his side there. So I think in this case Ringo's in a bit of a stronger position by far, right? He did not go with martial law this time because I feel like he knows right now he's not going to need that card exactly. He just has to hold the line here with the red codes and snuff them out. Once he does that, we'll have enough time to build, and then he should be able to mass up a bit and punish as needed. Yeah. Okay, what just came in? So you got the coin there, right? Coin here. Very, very nice. So he went with the double coin shipment. He got 700 coin and then he got 600 coin. There's a reason for that, because he knew he would need to defend with the red coats here. So he needs a coin for that, and then he needs the coin for the age up too. So kind of covering both bases there somewhat. Yeah. I think that was a pretty sweet idea on his part, yeah. Overall, though, I think Ringo's definitely in a much better position than last game. Seems to have a bit of a ball of red coats developing with his shipment and the ones he trained. Also have some handicap too, that he can use to see if a raid, which he probably will do knowing Ringo, or he can obviously use that as a way to offset Codefender's skirmish units. Yeah. Okay, so that was sort of a semi-fast fortress for Code. Notice how there's no barracks here. You just want to get an early raid there with this card, so to speak. And then now he can just go to Fortress Age, no problem. Now he's going to build a barracks because he's going to go for a very special unit called the Fire Stick from King Waramu, right? Oh, Arthur Phillip? He's going the Colonial faction. He's going to get Rum Corman. That'll be surprisingly good against these hand cav that are raiding him, but when it comes to fighting infantry, not so useful. Yeah. See, I think that's going to be a bit of a problem because, honestly, he's going to be going with sort of musket to musket against Ringo. I don't know if that's the route you want to go down, because all Ringo really has to do is get 2 Falcons out, maybe throw in a green jacket or 2, and he'll be able to control that battlefield very quickly. So I don't know exactly if what he's doing right now is really the smartest way out of it, but I'll take it. I'll take it as facts, and we'll see what he can maybe pull off here, honestly. Could be very good. Very good, actually. Yeah, no, overall, I would say in general, things are definitely looking pretty good for Ringo if he can survive the initial Fortress Age onslaught. Yeah, totally. Because he's pretty much ready to age up himself, too, if you look at this very carefully. Notice how he hasn't really changed over his Silk trade route stuff at all, so he's just pulling in a ton of XP there. Yeah. Oh, that's some good news. I got a DM from Jeff that he's working on doing a lot of his previous series for the Liga. He's because remember I told you how Relecki sort of went idle on us all, and James Mendes has taken over for him. Yeah, so he's gotten that series done for me, and he has to do one with Code, and he has to do one with Ildra Hosmore too. So hopefully, if these people can get these series done, we can have a more vibrant Sunday of casting the tournament for week 7. Yeah. Yeah, tomorrow's going to be Resurgence Day for me, so I'll just spend all the time I got doing that, and then Sunday will be the tournament day. And then Monday will be either Hyrule Conquest or some other specific thing, like maybe a Bulgaria Day or something, and we'll have to decide exactly what we go for there. Okay, yep. See this? This is what makes the Rum Corps pretty dangerous to Cav. They have a range multiplier against scout units. So not only do they have the bayonet attack to kill Cav with, they got the range attack against scout units specifically. So they're basically Hussar killers. They're ranged Hussar killers in both range and melee. So they're like really just Hussar killers. Now, cost-wise, it's an expensive unit. It's also a 2-pop unit. So you do have to pay a little bit to get them, right? Now, obviously, you can't have a huge number of them, so you do have to be aware of that. And that's why I was saying, maybe be careful, because if a Brit player can just spam red coats onto you, that could be a bit of an issue. Yeah. Yeah, no, look, their stats are pretty solid. I mean, 270 HP, 44 range attack, and Fortress Age with some upgrade cards. It's not a bad unit, not in the slightest. Not at all. Alright, and also, what do we have here? We have Whitworths, too. Yep. So you're shipping in some artillery. Okay, Vringo's also getting his artillery as well, so it's going to be an artillery war, really. He's still doing red coats, right? He should maybe think about getting vet upgrade on him now, so he'll statistically be a bit more on par with the Rum Corps, just saying. Because the redcoats themselves are a pretty lean and mean musket themselves, but they're a 1-pop one, so you can often outnumber the Rum Corps pretty easily and wear them down doing that, so that's definitely something he should actually be considering here right now, battle-wise. Ooh, we got a factory too. Okay, that's good. Oh, nice. He's also microing down the Whitworth very good too. Okay. Can he get what? Ooh, okay, he just missed it. Alright, he's gonna get with this Deadman though. Very nice. Very, very good. I had a feeling this was going to happen. The bigger number of red coats combined with the better stats on the Falconets was just going to overwhelm Codefender. I believe the Whitworths have better range than Falconets, but they have worse overall stats. And thus, the Falconets who were able to creep up on them, they actually ended up doing enough damage to propel the bigger massed army Ringo there. Yeah. And now we get ourselves to a pretty critical stage where Ringo's going to use the Victoria Cross card. Victoria Cross is a card that essentially gives you 2 shipments. So what that means is it doesn't actually take away any cards from you, any shipments that is. It actually gives you +1 shipment. So you start with the card and only have 1 shipment available right when you send it. You get that shipment back and then get another one too. There's a card just like it for the United States in the 5th edition, and it's a really good way to double up your unit shipments and stuff and really be aggressive. Yeah. I noticed here how he just reworked his deck, too. He just added laissez-faire capitalism. He also added Manchester Ship Canal. So he did actually make some updates to his deck. to add the other factories in. So now Ringo is actually going to start massing up factories. All 5 of them, that is. Because you can start out with 2, and then with all 3 of the cards I mentioned, laissez-faire capitalism, Liverpool, Manchester Railway, and then Manchester Ship Canal. All 3 of those, they ups the factory bill limit by 1. So you can have a total of 5 factories as a civ. By the time you get to industrial age, it's quite nice. Yeah.
Heil?
But Code's not going to end this yet. He's going to try to keep vying for a win here. He's trying to get some boomerangs and rum core to fight him right now. These are veteran redcoats now, so they're a little bit more equipped. Notice how Ringo pulls back towards his TCs. Now he's going to have double town center fire covering his armor too. This should be a pretty good battle here, plus potentially the cherry bums could cut up those boomerangs too. This is a pretty favorable situation here, yeah. Okay, so you got your cherry bums right here, right? Very good. Very nice. Very, very nice, yeah. Alright, see, I think the tables have definitely turned, and I believe Ringo can win this now. Because look at Code's resource stockpile. Those rum core do not come cheap. Look how much coin he's already drained a coin, and he only has 2 in the queue. He's literally forced to actually use his, 1k, 1000 coin ship just to stay alive. And he's not even staying alive because he's already dead. Yeah, no. It's pretty bad when you have to use your propelment industrial age just to have a standing army, you know? Yeah, that's pretty much it, because normally you use 1k coin, as you know, to go to industrial age, but this thing's so messed up here that, yeah, no. Just can't do it. Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunate, but at least this makes the series 1-1 now. So we're going to have to see how the tiebreaker goes to see who ends up becoming the champion of the Juanitos Bonitos of America. It's a completely made up thing, by the way. Yeah. Yeah, don't be telling anyone you want the Juanito Bonito award, or they're going to say, what is that, gringo? What is that, gringo? And they won't even know what it is, so, yeah. Alright, we're restarting the game again. You have to do it every time you play a match, otherwise you get crashing issues with the specific Wars Liberty UHC code. And, yeah, here we go. Let's give it a go. Game number 3 here. Let's give it a try. Some pretty decent games. Can't complain at all about that. Totally. Okay, so we got Ringo as Germany, and we got Codefender as China. China. So, all vanilla civs, but not really. Not really. I mean, China's mostly close to their vanilla selves here. But not Germany, though. Germany is a very different civ. The German civ here essentially has the manor boom of the British. So I told you how the British in the previous 2 games uses factories now and can build them with the Explorer and stuff. Here, Germany gets to use the British manor boom, so every time they build a house, they get a free build. For the German civ, they're called the Meizkasernes, right? It's a 135 wood house. It's built. 3 villagers, right. See that? The house literally just gave birth to a living, fleshy primate called a human. And that's how it works. Biology in session, yeah. And essentially, They're pretty much British in every other way too, because they got like the Royal Guard Hussars now. Notice how they don't have Uhlans, they have Hussars in their Royal Guard. Same thing with muskets. Yeah, they get muskets now. No more doppelcylinders. They get muskets with Royal Guard. The Maykoffers, and then for the Hussars, it would be the Totemkopf. And otherwise, you even have good old Obrecht plan. Essentially a German Virginia company. Cheapen your mares by like 35%. Yeah.
Verstanden.
Ooh, interesting. So, code actually goes for a 300 wood. Very fascinating. Yeah. See, with Legacy China, as you know, you don't have the wonderful card called T-Export that we get to enjoy in the 5th edition. In the 5th edition, T-Export's just like an awesome starring card, but we don't have that here. So, you either have to go like 300 food, 300 wood. Some people go for Holy Refuge to get the monastery early and trickle XP from it. People can go trade Empire and get the trading posts and cheapen the other ones. There's different ways to, you know, skin the cat to put in the beef teriyaki at the Chinese restaurant, for sure. Yeah, no, definitely. I don't know if that's ever happened to a Chinese restaurant I've gone to, but I've heard from some people they think that's happened to them. They used to see, like, stray cats around the corner and then they just disappear. Yeah, definitely. I think I told you the story about the fish. That's like a confirmed story from my family about how they were living in the suburbs of Boston and they noticed these people that clearly looked homeless go into the back of the Chinese restaurant handing like river carp to the owners and stuff. That was, they confirmed that they saw that with their own eyes, and people they saw also confirmed it too. So yeah, that is definitely true. So the kitty cat thing must also be true by extension, maybe. Yeah. But, you know, meat is meat. As long as this doesn't make you sick, that's all that matters. And it tastes pretty good, too. So if that is kitty cat meat, it's good Tibbs meat. Yeah. Alright, so we got Summer Palace coming up here with about 7 vills. Also a second village coming up now. You might be asking, why is he building another village? It's because in Wars of Liberty, China got a cool new Civ bonus. So when you age up, right, every time you age up, you get a free vill at your villages, and you get a free vill at your town centers. So if he can, like, get as many villages up as possible before he ages up, he's going to get about 4 free villages. Isn't that pretty cool, huh? Yeah. Because guess what? You don't have those refugee cards anymore as China. So they literally got rid of those cards, and they made it a Civ bonus for the Civ. So that every time you age up, you get like free vills in each village in TC. Thus, he's going to get like 4 free villages here. He's going to go up to like 18? What? I thought you get free ones in your TC too. I guess it's only your villages now, maybe? Oh, that's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. Okay, well anyways, he's going to be bringing in 6 Nien Riders. And he's going to be bringing in 700 coin. So this is looking like potential semi-fast fortress territory. You know, you get the Niens out for the raiding, and then you get the coin in. Yep. As for Germany, Germany's going to be getting a barracks, bringing in 700 coin, bringing in some settlers. I think in this situation, Ringo typically goes defensive with line infantry, and he builds himself towards a more remarkable fortress age, yeah.
Ja.
Schilder!
Ooh, the Explorer. Yep. Easy snipe there for him. Alright, line infantry is out. Should be an easy defend here for Vringo, since, as you know, Nien Riders, I should say, are a one-pop cavalry with stats very similar to the Steppe Riders in the 5th edition. Kind of a copycat almost, except I think they have less siege. Or I think they have the same siege as they do in D, but not as much siege as they do in TAD. If that makes any sense. How many Mites Casernes is Vringo on, by the way? So he's on about only 4 of them, so he's actually not that much ahead in bills. But what he is he's in big trouble up here because he's got he was going to put a Mites Caserne up there to add another settler to his hunt up there, but now he's going to just lose that hunt altogether. Yeah, a little unfortunate, but guess what? You're the Brits, the German Brits, right? Maybe Hanover, right? So guess what? You can just build all your Mites Casernes out and make up those lost villas very quickly. Yeah, that's one good thing. If you're any other city, you'd probably be kind of worried right now about that villa loss. But not Germany. Germany can obviously come back and still be some villas ahead of China, giving them a pretty good advantage overall over the early game. He's just going to build a Mites Caserne there, right? And he just canceled it out and built it over here. Okay, that's fine too. Because now he knows his opponent is getting potentially some raiding in there, so he's thinking, yeah, maybe try to be more centralized. Yeah. Plus, he just got his standard army from the Summer Palace now, so he has even more hand cav to be pressureful with. So it's not just the shipping cav he has to worry about, he's got to worry about the stuff that came in with the Wonder as well. Speaking of which, he's already getting his next Wonder right now. I told you he was probably going to go for a semi-fast fortress with that, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's going to get the Confucian Academy up, he's going to get some free skirms, the Zlangu, and then he's going to get free long dragons over time. Long dragons being the artillery piece that replaces the flying crows. I don't believe they have the same stats as the flying crows. It's much more of like an artillery now. It's more of like a Falconetti type cannon. It does make it weaker, but makes it more good against concentrated targets, I believe, instead of just being more of a British Congreve type stat thing, yeah. Ooh, the good use of the Hussar shipment there by Vringo to cut some of those skirms down, but unfortunately, that was a very bad fight for Vringo, because he lost most of his army mass, and now he's going to have to deal with counter push by the China player, who is currently now shipping in about 16 boxers. These are the Wars of Liberty replacement to the Chengdao swordsmen, so they're essentially sort of like your Chinese Fortress 8 Chengdao, whereas the Zangus would be your arquebusiers. If that makes any sense, yeah. Also, he's swapping to German consulate allies now. Did not pick up the diplomatic intrigue though, which I find a little worrying, a little concerning. Yeah, no. Let's see what he does there. Is he going to get some ACOF for line infantry? Yeah, no, he can use Germany's own infantry against him. It's so funny when you play the Chinese. It's some really good stuff. Oh, boom. Bing, bada, boom. Very quick. Yeah. Yeah, I think it was just the nature of the map. I think if this is like an ESOC map and the hunts were more controlled and in your area, I feel like Ringo would have probably won this easier, or maybe an even bigger map he would have done fine on, but because this map is still kind of compact and the hunts are kind of a little bit sus here, I think that's what gave China the pretty easy win. But if it was on a more favorable map, I think it would have been down to a bit of a more even battle. Still, China might have been in a better spot just because he would have had some stuff on his side there, yeah. Let's restart. We got a couple more matchups to look. We got a 2-game Kaiser series between Codefender and Kai. Or Nathan. No, it's Nathan. Nathan. I was thinking of Kaiser for some reason. No, it's Nathan. Those ones should be over. I'm trying to find them. So what were they called? Let me look up the file system thing. So Code versus Nathan 1 and 2. Okay. Code versus Nathan 1 and 2. These ones. So let's see how these matches look. And then we can check out the team game after that. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, hopefully, too, I'll know when my pizza delivery is going to arrive as well. I did order a pizza again. Should be pretty nice. It's got a lot of yummy stuff on it, so it should be quite good. Yeah, but anyways, here we go. We got Codefender as India, and we got Nathan as Iran, or Persia. So we got Iran versus India. Wow, that's a pretty good matchup. I mean, both of those civs, pretty top tier. Yep, in their own special ways. As you know, India is a really good civ in both TAD, Wars of Liberty, and Defend Edition. They're really solid because they get extra vills with their shipments, as you know. Every card sends a free vill. They have a pretty robust military as well. They got all the perks of the Asians with the cool wonders, consulate play, all that. So, yep. They're even better in Wars of Liberty because in Wars of Liberty, India has the... Well, they have the two things I think that makes India better in Wars of Liberty. Number one, the cards are scaled with each age in terms of the vills that you get. So instead of just getting a blanket free villager with every shipment, you get vills equivalent to what age you're in. So if you send an industrial age card, you'll get like 4 villagers. Fortress age shipment, 3 villagers. Age 2 shipment, 2 villagers. So your economy is scaling even faster in this game than it is in DE or TAD. Plus, I think the constant options are really fire here, too, for India. Because instead of getting the 3 Hussars from the Ottomans, you're getting 4 Abbas guns. That's a huge value over 3 Hussars. Like, I'm just saying. 4 Abbas guns, that is a good way to wipe the table clean of muskets and skirms. And even threaten artillery and stuff, too. So that's, like, really good stuff. Yeah, no, absolutely. Plus, of course, it's going to be better against, things like the Courier de Bois, too, because of their, Pierce armor, yeah. We'll find out how this goes. Right. Iran, of course, running their signature strategy, which is to mass up on yellow madrasa tanks, yeah. Because as you know, with Middle East civs, they don't age up at the town center. They use this separate building called a madrasa to research texts, and after you research so many texts, then you're allowed to age up, right? So if you research 3 madrasa texts here, you'll age up in age 2. You get 7 of the texts in total. You get the fortress age. I think it's like 12 or 13 that gets you an industrial age. And then the rest will get you, if you get them all, then you can go to imperial age. Yeah. For Iran, their main goal is to get these yellow ones. Because you got red ones, yellow ones, blue ones. The yellow ones for Iran do 2 things. They give you resource crates, and trickles. So they give you short-term resources and long-term resources. And with each more expensive yellow tech that you get, the better the trickles are going to be. Right? They start out with a very minute food trickle, and they escalate up to a really high-value coin trickle that I believe is better than the capitalism card in DE. So things really, come your way very fast. And because you have like 6 techs of each color for the madrasa, that means that you're essentially stacking 2 trickles on top of each other. The earlier one and the bigger one later. So really Iran has a really robust coin trickle and wood trickle in particular. But they get a decent food one too, just with the way how the numerics works. In terms of home city, it looks like he shipped in about 3 vills. This is going to be a counter-war deck too. So he did prepare for the possibility of water, so he included Sambuks. He also included a Bagla. He did get an infinite Sambuk. So let's just say his counter-war cards fails him. He has an infinite option, so he doesn't actually have to build a dock and build all this boats and stuff. He does have a way out if he needs it. So this is actually really good stuff. Yeah, very good stuff.
آمادم.
Daya. Desh. Daya.
هذه
700 coin. Also, as a reminder, you get 2 free villages with this instead of 1, because that's something they did in Wars of Liberty to scale up the village shipments, so that's pretty solid. Oh wow, he didn't even have any Age 1 cards. New Age 2. Ooh, this is pretty good. You know why? Because he decided to have delayed gratification when it comes to his card choices. Now he's going to have extra vills, because all these cards are going to give him 2 vills now, instead of just 1 up here. So this is a really good setup for him, to just cycle through all these crates, cycle through all this stuff, and just utilize all these extra free vills. Because if this was like TAD or D, you wouldn't be able to cap on something like that, but you can here, just because, you're getting 2 vills with the H2 cards instead of just 1. Yeah. I also like how he's going for Gurkhas now. That's a pretty good choice against Iran, since Iran's sort of mainstream unit is the musket, the Genbazin. But Nathan's going for something entirely different. He's going for the sailor strategy to make Kalasis. These are the Middle East sailor units of the naval skirms, the Kalasis. So basically in this situation, what you do is you ship in 2 Sambuks, and then you hug the coastline with them, and then you train Sambuks, train the Kalasis from them. Plus you can use the Kalasi shipment here to get about 6 of them. And the reason why you do this on a war map is because, essentially, you're giving yourself 2 free barracks to make naval skirms with by getting the Sambuks, right? And unlike a barracks, of course, the Sambuks will shoot at the enemy if they get close. And not only that, you can throw your Kalasi in here and sail them away if they're in trouble. So there's multiple advantages of going with the double Sambuk Kalasi rush over just, say, getting a gunsmith and making Janbaz like a normal land map you would. So, yeah, it is a very uniquely powerful strategy that the Middle East can take advantage of. But I believe there's other cities too that can do this sort of a thing. It's just that for the Middle East it works out even better because they get 2 boats. right from the get-go that they can take advantage of, so it's pretty solid. Yep. On top of that, Nathan's going to bring in about 700 wood. If he wants to maintain a large mass of these Kalassis, he's going to need pop space, so he's going to have to make sure he can get enough Mahalas out. That should be quite solid. Oh, good play there by Nathan with those Kalassis. Kogan is trying to play it off with Gurkhas and Rajputs. He's trying to snare him with Rajputs while he hits him with Gurkhas. Interesting choice, because he knows these guys have 16 range, so he has to close the gap somehow. Yeah, but the thing is Rajputs, what do they cost? I think they cost a pretty fair penny, right? 100 food and 35 wood. Kind of pricey, but because he's going with the special new H2 build, he has the 700 food in there to make up for that huge cost. So I guess that's good in some ways. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think though Nathan really has the upper hand here. Look at this mass. This is a big mass. 16 range, 27 damage. More HP than the Troopas, so while it is a little bit less damage than, say, the Troopa Marines from Game 1 today, at least they have some more HP to work with, which is always good, right? Yeah. Plus, unlike normal skirms, they actually have some decent siege, so if you can, like, get a decent fight with them going and wipe out the enemy army, you can actually, like, get some siege in there. But the thing is, what Nathan's doing, which is even better, he's actually adding in spearmen from his own forge, right? He built a forge over in this spot in the back of his base, and now he's not only going to be able to push with Kalassis, he's going to add in Sharik spearmen to act as the siege unit, and also a potential defense against cavalry, because guess what India gets, of course? That very powerful card that we see a lot used in Definitive Edition tournaments, which is the 10 Tiger Claws card, right? These guys are hand cavalry. So one way you can protect those Kalassis is with Shariks. And that's very important, because as a naval skirm, these guys have like no hand or pierce armor. So Tiger Claws would be doing like 30 damage per hit. Enough to like cut these guys down in approximately like 5 hits, right? Not counting any of the bullets from the Gurkhas and stuff getting involved, or the Rajputs. So yeah, it is kind of good that Nathan's adding in a bit of hand cav, or I should say hand infantry, as an insurance policy against Tiger Claws. But let's see, did the Tiger Claws connect though? Go humla humla humla to where they need. Okay, the humla humla humla gets a Kalassi there. He's not liking them down the way he needs to though. He also got a Sawar shipping as well. So he does have a fair bit of scout units here. But see, this is the thing. This is what makes Kalassi rushing so cancerous, is the fact that he can board these guys into the boats, sail them over here, and then he can't hit them. Not like when somebody like hits you with the blockhouses, the Russians, or a Native American with the Warhawk, where you can eventually siege that thing down, guaranteed. You can't do that with these boats. He literally has to be negligent and be like tired and lazy and just leave them there for you to siege them. If he has any sense of energy at all, just board these up and sail them out of the way. Simple as that. Interesting. Wow. Good defense there by Nathan. Do you see what he did there? He used the Mahala ability to levy up some Iljari to defend his base. With Iran in particular, they have some bonuses around these Iljari. One of them is that their Iljari levies from the Mahalas will prop out 3 of these guys instead of just 2. Another one related to the Madrasa is that every red Madrasa tech you get as Iran re-enables the levy one more time, so that you can send out the Iljari again and again and again, and for like 7 times during the whole game. So it's like really helpful to not only defend you, but could also be used to stack them up and go with the huge rush on your opponent and raid. Yeah, no, because look, they got some decent range attack, like 7 or so range attack. So if you're up here against these bills, he can like shoot you through pretty quickly. Good news is that Code has an Agra Fort here, so he can actually do some splash damage to kill these guys on one hit. So that's good for him at least. It's definitely going to help him out quite a bit over there. Yeah, absolutely. It's a huge advantage to have, actually, when you think about it. Yeah, totally. Absolutely it is. Wow, yeah, see, the Mahouts are naturally going to be a really good unit because Nathan has so much stuff accumulated. It doesn't even mean anything, really. Yeah, no, definitely not. Very, very unfortunate for him, though. Good job, Nathan. French snail boy, you did a good job here. Frogwords gave him some superpowers of macro and micro and strategy. Very, very nice. It's going to siege him out at this point, and it's going to be a pretty easy steal for him. Yep. Beautiful, beautiful. Very, very good. Alright, let's get on to the next one now. We'll restart. Go into game number 2 of Nathan versus Code. And then we'll do the team game, and then we should be ready to do some gameplay. Yeah. Should be very, very nice. See what we got. Should be very fun. Oh, what am I doing over here, Willis? I'm in the wrong spot. So I really want to play badly, do I? Yeah. Okay, so it's probably going to be much like the game against Ringo, but this time he's going to be dealing with, oh wait a minute, no, this is Nathan. This is Nathan playing China. What am I saying? Alright, so Nathan's running China now, but he's going up against Paraguay of Code Fender. I can tell you from this matchup, it's going to be really tough for Nathan. Yeah. See, China is usually a really good matchup against most Civs in the mod, but Paraguay consistently is one of the few that gives China a real run for their money. It's because with Paraguay, they have such a seamless early game. If they set up the build order right, that they should have a rather easy time, like, defending against, China. Because they can get out skirms really quickly, and then they get free melee cavalry, right? They get the assault ones from the barracks, and they get the scout ones from the stables for free over time. So you add in free cavalry with big massive skirms. What does that look like? The same exact thing China relies on. You know, their step riders and their Chukanu. Plus, you can train spearmen in too. You can get the Pardos. Pretty solid pikemen. So you can have pikemen in with Primeiro Benines, like a Yobatai hand cavalry, and Escobatero skirm. Fatal. Plus, since you're Latin American, you can add in artillery, the artisanals, you can add immigrants in, you can add outlaws in. Yeah, no, Latin Americans give you a lot of cool tools to use, if you're willing to use them, you know? There's like 3 or 4 different unit categories you could even work with if you want to. You could use like your regular military, you could use immigrants, you could use outlaws, and then depending on what civ you are, you might have mercenaries or natives on top of that. So yeah, no, Latin Americans are like the unit variety culture in a lot of ways, and it's honestly pretty fun. Yeah. Alright, so what we got here, we got first French wave, right? Yeah. Cool. So basically this is usually going to be the standard thing you go for with Paraguay with the build order. You're going to ship in 1 food work and you're going to go with French immigrants. That's usually how you do it. Yeah. Now what he's doing a little bit different from me is he did not get the food works right away like I usually do. I usually get the second food works before I even click up. He's sort of waiting on it a little bit. Is he going to get Hemeroteca or is he going to get 700 wood? Because he's doing things a little bit differently than I would do personally. But, you know, it is a little bit... It could be a more secure build, but at the same time I feel like my greedy food work build order is a little bit better. Yeah. Oh, he goes for a woodworks. Okay, that's another option you can go for is the woodworks. That way he'll have extra wood to work with, and then he can you put that wood into barracks, Escobatero production. So yeah, no, that's totally a different way you could go for the Paraguay Civ for sure, and that's not bad either. Definitely not. The only thing I don't like about it is it forces you to I don't know, mingle your time between food and wood more closely. If you go with sort of my Gilder-based food works only sort of setup, then you can focus all on wood. And you know, okay, take all the villas and throw them on the wood then, because now we got so much food trickle that as long as we can maintain tempo, we should never have to put villas on too many hunts, which obviously keeps you from having to worry about raiding and, Yeah, I just feel like it usually just works better for you that way, personally. But yeah, that's at least me, anyways. You can get pardos, right? Very good.
Preparado.
Even more of them, right? Yep.
¿Qué me ordena?
Going for pardos initially is a very unorthodox play by Paraguay, but one that I think he feels very confident about because clearly he is planning on overwhelming China early on just by spamming spearmen. Good work actually. Because look, he hasn't even gotten his war cap. Oh wow. Okay. This is the thing. Code didn't even scout him out, he's just making the assumption that he went for a naked fast fortress with China. Wow, that's definitely a fascinating strategy there by him, for sure. He's getting a summer palace, right? Yep. It's going to give him more food than if he got an H2, by the way, so it is going to be a slightly better age up for him. Yeah, no, totally. And that means he's also going to be able to get a Fortress Age shipment as well. So what has he got? He's got Boxers, he's got Zengu, he's got Tigerman. He has the Kanzu Braves. These are musket skirm hybrids. They got like the range attack of a skirm, but they have a bayonet to kill cavalry too. So they're kind of like both units in one. That makes any sense? He doesn't have the bigger shipments for them industrialized though, but you know, the Fortress Age one is pretty good on its own, honestly, so it should be good. See, this is the type of matchup I was talking about with Paraguay that often wins games. Line of Spearmen, line of Escopetero, and then some sort of free shock units like these two here that you just pile in with the ball, and it often just wipes anything out it touches. Yeah. Okay, but Nathan's got double War Academy though. He doesn't have enough res yet to use them both though. Or does he? No, just one. No. That's a little unfortunate. Maybe you should have saved that wood chop and stuff to get another thing out here, but okay. He's got the Zangu marksman here, right? Should be able to defend him there. I think so. Should be able to.
是的。
One cool thing about these boxes is, while they do retain the stats of the Chengdao, they do have varying weapons. Some of them have swords, some of them have spears, some of them have like daggers and stuff. They all have different forms of combat, so they are pretty unique in every way like that. Yeah. Making them feel a little bit more like a disorganized militia than like trained troops. These guys have an infantry tag? No, they don't. I was wondering why he was doing so much damage to him there. Yeah, I was wondering if he said Mongol Scourge or something. I guess not. Just a little curious George about that little fact, but otherwise, pretty normal. Okay, he's getting the hand mortars now, too. But he spawned them in right around the time he was here. What? Why you get hand mortars for? Willis? Get some Tigermen or something, or Kanzus. What are you getting that for? Like a waste of a card there, because what if he kills him right now, then you're not going to have anything to siege him with later. Plus, it's a waste of a shipment, so he could potentially kill you here and beat you out. Okay, so he's like smothering them with boxes, which I find interesting. He's like diverting his troops, plus he's in the same dudes to cut through them down here. Oh, interesting. So diverting his forces like that under his TC. Wow, that actually screwed up Code's army. Now he's actually breaking through somewhat with the hand mortars and everything, and then he can use those hand mortars to target some of his escorts too. Alright, well, I mean, that was a big play there that was a great defense by Nathan, because now he's turned the tables on his opponent now, and he should be able to make a clean breakthrough on that front. Yeah, no, that definitely did some real wonders for him there, I think. Made a huge sizable difference, yeah. Big time. Trying to fight those premier that he names on his own there, the their eyes. Yeah. Guess he just keeps spamming territorial army, and then he's going to bracket with some German Maykoff line infantry. Yep. He's going to hand more siege and CC down. Yep, perfect. Yeah, plus he's got the consecration in it too. These are the consecrates here. So they are skirmisher range, so you see anti-wine and then dragoon and range, and then the melee anti-cav. So musket and the skirm at the same time. Combine that with this big army of skirms here with the handlers. Pretty easy siege into Paraguay's base. He's going to get his TC down now. It's a loss of a 600 wood building. And now at this point, Paraguay, China can just focus on sieging these barracks, these works, and gradually cut through them. Yeah. And I think I've said this before. Whenever you see Paraguay losing their works buildings like this, that's when you know they're truly dead. Because just because Paraguay takes a bad fight, sometimes they can still win. They can still hold on for a very long time, just like you saw in my double comp stomp stream yesterday when I was fighting the AIs. I was able to hold on for a very long time, thinking I was still able to win for a very long time, and it was when I was losing the works buildings, I'm like, nope, we're dead now. Yeah, no, absolutely. So, I think it just comes down to, really, if I had to put a name on, it really comes down to with the Paraguayans that as long as the works buildings are up and they're growing, you're often growing yourself. If they're declining, then you're dying. Because it doesn't even matter if they kill all your villages, Paraguay, you could still live on your works economy if you have enough of them, and actually retrain those villas again over time. That's not a problem. It's the works trickles that keeps Paraguay living. And that's what you really need to focus on deeply when you're playing, typically. Yeah. So yep, now we got a team game to look at, and that should be the last one. And then I'm just going to play stuff for the rest of the night. Do D or Wars Libby, depending on who's around. Will be a pretty fun experience either way, yeah. Oh, why did I do that again? I go over here, dude. Yeah. Let me see, it was code. What was that recording called? Let me check the file system. It was called Team Game Code Metal. T for team. This one.
Your captain.
Okay, so it's going to be Metal and Code versus Alucard and Saga. Ooh, this will be a pretty good one. Now, I know of all of them, I think Alucard's like the most skilled and proficient player. So he's going to be a really tough one to battle. Also, Saga has been improving quite a bit. We'll just have to see what civ he's got. If he's got a certain civ, he might do pretty good here too. We'll have to see. Alright, so we got Code as Sweden. Metal as Korea. Metal is a China main, by the way, so his best civ is actually the Chinese. He's also good at Koreans, and he's good at the Argentines as well. So there's various civs that Metal's just really good with. And moving on to the other side, we got Saga as the Serbs, and Alucard as the Argentines. Wow. Oh boy. This is going to be a pretty tough one because I train, as you know, the previous week I did train Saga on how to master the Serbia Civ really good. So I think in essence, Saga's going to pull a really good Serbia for us here today. No, he's going to do a really good job with the Serbs. I'm not doubting that at all. Actually, he's going to do a really good job with the Serbs. And for what it's worth, I think that combined with Alucard's Argentina, this is going to be a pretty good combination, honestly. I'm looking forward to this. But at the same time, you're dealing with metal Koreans combined with Sweden. They're all playing good civs. That's the thing. They're all playing solid civs. I would say maybe the weakest one here is probably Argentina because they took a big, nerf to the way that their herdable system worked and everything. But other than that, you're dealing with some really fine civ setups here, honestly. Yeah.
A sus órdenes.
So what's Alucard's deck? Okay, so this is probably the most basic, probably the most standard Argentine deck you could probably set up, honestly. Got like 2 Gaucho shipments, you got Patricio. He calls it 1v1 no escolta. So essentially, he has this deck set up to go the no assault unit route, which depending on what your tactics are, could be pretty good for you. Essentially, it's going to rely on Patricios, and then later your scout units, your maneuver, and then probably your Infinales. Pretty much, yeah. Because Argentina actually doesn't get Lanceros at the stable. The only scout unit they get is actually through their ultimate building, the Estancia. So, for the most part, what Argentina does is they make mounted pikemen called Infernales, right? So, really, while they don't have the same perks as being a scout unit when it comes to resisting range infantry and fighting them, they do have the advantage of not dealing with any multipliers from bayonet infantry. That's good. You also have multipliers against Cav, obviously, which makes them really good against Hussars, Dragoons, Mounted Skirms, anything with the shock tag, they'll beat it. They're really just mounted spearmen. What Egypt is he getting? He's getting, for a Scandi wave. Yeah, no, Alucard loves the Scandis. He loves to build their houses and scout the map with them. He also likes some of their stuff, their ski troopers, so it should be really good. It looks like, Saga's going with Alexa Nenadovic, the barracks politician, so he gets the 3 Semine skirmishers there. Not Semine, Hajuks. I'm thinking back to Old Wars Liberty with that one. Code, looks like he went up with the governor, now called the statesman. He's going to have an outpost and coin. Now he's going Norland logging with Swedes. He already picked up the food trickle. It's a team deck, so he does have the 3 team villager card here, which is not bad, actually pretty helpful. And metal, he went 3 vills, shipping in 5 vills now. I'm assuming he's going to go with the wood shipment after that, though. Yeah. Pretty much. This is a good card to send if you don't plan on going consulate units, because what it does is, it disables the export trickle on your, It reduces the export trickle on your villagers to 0. So they no longer can gather export, but they gain like a 15% gather rate boost on everything. So instead of like Eco Theory, which is 10%, it's 15%. So almost like a 1.5 Eco Theory. So kind of good in its own way, yeah. I don't like it that good because I actually like my consulate units quite a bit. I feel like Korea gets some good synergies, particularly with the Russians. And sometimes the Chinese, too. Yeah. see Saga moving those Hajuks to the forward right away, but Code's going to snare him with the Explorer. Yep.
준비.
Ooh, Fast Fortress by Alucard there, very solid. Because now what he can do is he can go right into his Granadero shipment, which is a lot. Or he'll go with the Estancia first. Okay, very good. Because what he's doing now is he's setting up a really good pairing here. He's getting his pastures, and he's going to be getting his Estancia, which means instead of having the cows go to the pasture, he can actually put them on the Estancia, which fans up animals even faster than the pastures do it. Yeah. Plus, the pasture will also let you train cavalry from it too, so it acts like a stable. So it can train your regular cav units plus the ultimate one, which is the horse grenadier on top of that. Yeah. So what's going on here? Why does he have Hajuks up here, and why does he have recruits down this spot? You shouldn't be splitting up your army banana split style, Saga. You gotta keep your army together, man. Because what happens if he hits you here, he's gonna kill him for free, and then, yeah, well. I see what you're doing, though. You're kind of going for a bit of pressure up here, but still, you should kind of keep your recruits back if you don't need them right away, so he can't, like, wipe them out. Just use whatever units you're gonna raid with and just pull back. I would say that's even futile against Sweden, because Sweden has movement speed of 5. So these Beverly Guards can actually outrun your stuff even faster, basically. So, yeah. Very interesting, right? Yep, totally.
Me quedó claro.
Very, very nice. So he's gonna... Is he going for a fast industrial by any chance? He might be, because I'm not seeing him getting production here. He's only got the Estancia for, like, really defense at this point, and economy, so... Yeah. Oh, interesting. So he actually made the Zebus from the Estancia. So on top of, acting as like a really fast livestock pen and, letting you train cavalry and stuff from it, it also lets you train a unique herbal called the zebu. The zebu is like a really big cow. A regular cow has only like 500 food. A zebu has 1,500 food. So, essentially, if you can fan these guys up, you're going to be eating really good for a while. Really good for a while, yeah, basically. And that's enough food, really, to propel Alucard into the industrial age easily with that coin shipment he just sent. Plus, he's getting the pasture upgrades now, follow, and he's probably going to get the other one. Those will essentially make his pastures fatten up herbals even faster than they already are. Yeah. Yep. Because what he can do for the cows is going forward eventually is he can get this Saladeros, and this will actually set up the cows to be semi-fat when they're spawned for free from the pastures, which gives them a really good, quick, easy access to the cows. Yep, now he's picking up overgrowth. That will add even more fattening rate to these herbals, too, when they're at the pasture. So this will be even better for him, yeah. Even better for him. I like how they use the graphics to create this new icon for the Estancia. You can see the Definitive Edition cow and the Definitive Edition sort of like metal stuff in the back. It's pretty cool. I see Hosby is hosting a lobby. Yeah, I told him I could probably join Hosby's room too whenever I get done with this lobby. But look at what we got here, a huge, motley massive troops by Sweden. So Sweden got the Fortress Agent, he's got 4 Falconets from his foundry, and he's spammed out a ton of Beverangars and got the veteran upgrade on him. This is a deadly combo here, Beverangar with Falconets. See, what Alucard's going to need to do is he's going to have to use the charge attack on these Horse Grenadiers to hit the Falconets in the back and then pull away. Because how these guys work is they have a charge attack where they throw a grenade, so they can throw it over units, but then they have to wait 60 seconds to use it again, so then they have to retreat, and then do it again and again. But outside of that, they're statistically similar to Hussars, just so you know. So, they're like Hussars with cool explosives. Plus, looks like, oh wow, look at that, Saga just got a shipment of mound artillery too, to actually attack these Falconets. Good move by Saga, actually. That was a good way to strip him of artillery. Because now you just have to worry about the muskety problem, yeah. Looks like, from what it looks like here, Metal's going to send some spearmen and archers his way, too. Plus he's getting patty threshing, he's getting archers. He's got like 4 barracks, right? Wow, that's a really good setup. Plus he's getting food saddles. Wow, that's pretty good, actually, yeah. Oh, big time. Wow, those horse graders did a lot of good work. They wiped out his whole army of archers, essentially. Except for one, maybe. I don't know. Beats him with his last sword there.
Yeah.
Wow. That was pretty funny, though. Yeah, no. One archer survives. And now, it looks like Alucard's gonna spam a ton of units. Because really, you don't have... You do actually get mounted skirms as Argentina, but you have to ship them from the home city. So what you have to do in most cases, if you need range stuff, is literally just hope that the units are enough. And just micro them down. Yeah. Totally. Because see, the units aren't bad. I mean, they have like 300 HP though. So as long as you can micro and stuff, you can actually fight groups of Muslims if you know what you're doing and you can mass them up. For Argentina, that's not usually an issue because they get food so quickly, and then they can get some decent coins, so they can actually mass up units in enough numbers so they can actually fight these Bevering guys. So it is a possible strategy to go for. Yeah, absolutely is. Ooh, what's going on here? He's getting double whammied by the Dengpas and the archers all at the Verder now, right? Yeah. At least it looks like Saga's safe for now. He's gonna send him some Grenziri his way too. Just as an added bit of support for his friend there. Which should be good. But watch out, he's picking up the Moye Dongagonji now. This gives the Spearman a splash attack of 1. So they'll be a little bit more threatening to these mounted units once he gets there. So you have to be a little bit careful about it. A little bit careful of that. By far. Hard to believe Code's already up to a guard level Bevringers. Yeah. Definitely puts Alucard in a difficult spot because he has to time out these attacks with his horse graders very carefully. And he doesn't even have enough time to wait for those charge attacks for the grenades to even cool down. So ends up in a real pickle. Like a dill pickle, kosher pickle. Yeah. Got some more Grenziri, which is great. Should be really good. Really, really good. Nice try, Saga, but I think they're on to you now. Not very much time left. Oh, that was pretty good. So now I'm going to restart into the game and we're going to do some matches, hopefully. So it should be pretty fun. Yep, join now. I forgot to change the, I forgot to close Chrome? Wow. Hopefully my game didn't look too laggy for you, I hope. But honestly, I have so much CPU on this thing that shouldn't even be an issue, really, I don't think. Yeah, no, definitely not. Totally. Hopefully I can join this time. Oh, they already started? Yep, they already started. Room for one more, or no? If not, I'm fine with just going to DE then, and doing some stuff over there. It's not budging, so I might have to go to D. I'll try to join again, if not. We're going to D, folks. Sorry about that. Alright, I'll just exit out of this for now, and then we'll boot up D right away. Open up my task manager just so the game has enough resources to run on, and you know the lingo. Because for some reason, D doesn't know how to use my CPU properly on this, so I have to tell it to give it more resources, quote unquote. Yep. There we go. Should be good. Perfect. Very, very nice. Booting now. Hopefully we can find some Budokais tonight. We only got to do one last night. Praying that we find more tonight, though. Yeah, that'd be very, very good. Or maybe some risk games or something. I don't see anyone on Game Ranger, unfortunately. Yeah, no one's on Game Ranger, so we can't do Arena, sadly. What is the for Warcraft Frozen Throne? If you are a man, then you marry women. What? What kind of a lobby name is that? Sounds like a preacher. My games. Yeah. We'll see him FFA. Yep, definitely not join that. Because clearly whatever you find on D is going to be better than just regular TAD most of the time, unless it's a really good TAD scenario or arena or something, or a good wrist map like the McAllister ones. Cool. Let's do some looking in here. Ooh. What we got? Free for all Baltic Sea. Free for all Forest Nothing. I think we know where to go, folks. It's gonna be here. Yeah, let's join. Let's join, man. Should be very good. Question is, what's it do I get? Should I go Japan again, or should I try something a little bit more spicy? I don't know. I could try Lakota. That would be kind of fun. I've never done Lakota before here. Do I have a Force Nothing? Let me try it. Wambale, watch there. Carlo. I shouldn't need this right now. Actually, I might to move my Warhead, so I might get that. Yeah, I might get that. There's some wheels for the War Chief stuff. Actually, no, I don't need that right now. Get that for now, yeah. It's my first time doing Lakota here. Basically, yeah. Should be fun. My pizza delivery might be coming soon, by the way, so we might have to wait for that too. Just so you know. I'm gonna go look out there right now. I'm still bringing in some delivery stuff, by the way. I just wanted to let you know. I'll probably set up my age up now, and then, yeah.
Chotita Chan. Chan.
Zuya e tancha.
Ti wohat I blamningte. Jan pahiningte.
Daku. Iblamenikte. Wamanikte. Iblamenikte.
Daku Blamenikte.
Zuya etancha.
Oha. Jabahinikte. Tipiwaji
Oha
ewa.
Womanikte.
Womanikte. Wable akichita. Ohan. Iblamenikte.
Daku Akit Wable.
Ya etancha. Chawakte.
Ha.
Oha Womanikte. Zuya Daku. Wable.
Oha Womanikte.
Zuya iblamenikte. Womanikte.
Akichita. Daku Woman Wable.
Ohan.
Daku
Zuya Wable.
Okay, ekra.
Ohan iblamenikte.
Oha. Jabahinikte. Tipiwaji ewa.
Womanikte.
Akichita.
Iblamenikte. Womanikte. Wable.
Oha Blamenikte.
Womanikte.
Okay.
Akit Womanikte.
Ja.
Oha Wable.
Dak Wable. Oha iblamenikte.
Tiwohati.
Oha, iblanmekte.
Zuya Womanikte.
Wicho-chan. Chan.
Oha iblamenikte.
Ha. Ha. Tiwohati.
Hejwa Daku. Wamane.
Womanikte.
Just have to get my pizza out of the area, and then that should be good with the gameplay.
Hejwa. Wamane taku.
Micho tika.
Blami tapahinite.
Chong.
Tiwoha.
Hejutu wichacha. Wablaku. Wamane. Wable, ha. Washtaku. Hejutu waman ha. Wable, washte. Wamataku.
Oha, wable.
Tiwoha tapahinite. Tiwoha tapahinite.
Chong.
Suya blamenikte.
I just realized I completely ruined this deck because I didn't put in enough hunting cards and I didn't put in the support cards for the Lakota to get the stats up on the Rifle Riders, the Axe Riders, and the Wakinas. So we might have some slight problems here, but knock on wood, at least I got the TP stuff, I got everything else. I got good wood chopping, I guess, but every other area I screwed up on.
Oha, wamanikte.
Daku. Chong.
Blamenikte.
Commando.
Oha, wamanikte. Wable. Wamanikte. Wable. Wamanikte. Wable. Suya, wamanikte. Wamanikte. Wable. Wable. Wamanikte. Wable. Wable. Blamenikte. Wamanikte. Blamenikte.
Akik Lamini. Wable.
Micho. Chong. Chong. Chong.
Akik Laminikte. Womanik, Laminik, Womanik. Akik Wable.
Oha, wable. Blamenikte.
ibalaminigte. Oh, womanikte. Daku?
Daku. Chang. Woblet. Chang. Chang. Chang.
Oha. Dapahin.
Aki wable.
Ja.
Oh, ibalaminigte.
Zuya e tancha. Womanikte. Iblaminigte. Wable. Wable.
Aki chetan.
Zuya e tancha. Iblaminigte. Oha, wable. Zuya womanikte.
Tiwoha. Ipahin. Ipiwanshi. Ewa.
Wable.
Damanigte. Oha. Iblaminigte. Richotita. Womanikte.
Where is my mother?
Woblet.
Daku?
Wable.
Muyacha. Dapahin. Dapahin.
Oha. Iblaminigte.
Iblaminigte. Tipiwanshi. Ewa.
Iblaminigte. Oha.
Oha. Chang. Richotita. Womanikte. Chang.
Daku. Wamanikte.
Aquí chita.
Wable.
Wamanikte. Oha. Iblamanikte.
Ohan. Iblamanikte. Wamanikte. Iblamanikte. Wamanikte.
Aquí chita.
Zuyay. Kichik tepi.
Chong.
Ohan. Wable.
Commando OK. Ja.
Zuyay. Touch. Iblamanikte. Wamanikte.
Tiwoha da Bahinikte. Oha.
Choti Chong.
Wable. Iblamanikte. Wamanikte. Iblamanikte. Wamanikte.
Ohan.
Da. Iblamanikte. Wable. Hello. Wamanikte. Iblamanikte. Iblamanikte.
Ha, Ibah Mukia. Halo Himu.
Hello.
Oha. Nya Ibah Mukia Bahinikte. Halo Himu. Halo Himu. Halo Himu.
Hello.
Ha, Ibah Halo Himu. Tiwoha. Halo Himu. Aha. Ipiwaji ewa.
Bichotita. Iblamanite. Womanikte. Wable. Khalo.
Zuya wable. Wable. Iblamanekte.
Tiwohan. Iblamiat. Ah, iba. Halo himi.
Daku.
Woman wable. Ohan, womanikte. Woman wable.
Aha. Tiwohan.
Daku. Wable. Ohan. Iblaman. Akichita. Daku. Womanikte. Ohan, Wable.
Wichotitaha.
Womanikte. Ibelamenikte. Akichita Wable.
Womanikte.
Ohan. Chan.
Doc Ibelamenikte.
Womanikte. Kacha. Kacha. Kacha. Kacha. Daku. Kacha. Wichot. Wable. Kacha. Kacha. Kacha.
Aha, Ibrahim. Ibrahim Ewa.
Wable.
Wichotitaha. Kacha.
Ibrahim Ewa.
Womanikte.
Chan.
Zuya ibla wamanikte. Wable.
위쳐 티션 션 션 çok halo. Ha, wable, şan. Şan.
Oha, iblam wamanikte. Ha, wable.
Tansi, kakote, kikwe. Tansi, omisi. Kakote, omisi, kakote, omisi, kakote, omisi, kakote, omisi, kakote,
Akichita. Wable.
kikwe, omisi, kakote. Ha, miyakyu. Ha, miyakyu.
Oha, wamanikte. Wable.
Ali, miyakyu.
Oha, wabibla manik.
Ha, miyakyu, miya.
Wable. What up, huh?
Oh, so that thing I complained about the healers following your military order thing is... yeah, no, that's a bug. They should definitely fix that so you can have your priest stay on the community plaza and help you out. It's kind of crazy that they want you to throw them on the front lines all the time. Honestly makes my job a little harder.
Oha, wable. Ibla manik.
Alright, in less than 10 minutes we'll start the actual combat and stuff, and then I'll have to start being strategic.
Ohan, womanik, ibelamenikte.
Aha, si Wuhan. Dampahin.
Choshan.
Akichita.
Ah, chotita. Gacha.
Si Wuhan. Si Fiwanji Ewa.
Ah, gacha.
Ah,
Hejutu mechacha. Dog.
Chotita. Chan. Khalo. Khalo.
aha. Dampahin. Ha, Miyata. Iblamite. Dampahinite.
Ohan.
Wamane.
Chotita.
Ha, Dampahin.
Ooh, wow, somebody else disconnected. Kinda crazy, actually. Yeah. Happens, unfortunately. Yep. All I can do now is basically just spam this, right? Yeah. I don't think we need moccasins, right? Yeah, no. I don't know why I include moccasins. I should have been thinking of hunting and support cards before that one, especially. Yeah, big time. I don't know what I was thinking with that one, but it was definitely pretty insane, to say the least. Yeah. Totally insane.
Darkness.
Ha. Ibach und Halo Himite.
Ohan. Wamanik. Wabla. Ibla manikte. Wamanikte. Chawakte.
Ali. Miyakyu.
Ha. Ohan. Wabla. Wabla. Ibla. Wamanikte. Wamanik. Wabla. Ibla man. Wamanikte. Wabla.
Doc, womanikte.
Daku. Wamanikte. Ibala manikte. Wamanikte. Ibala manikte. Wamanikte. Chate. Chawate. Ukicete B. Wabale. Chate. Ohan. Ibel Wabale. Ibela manikte. Wamanikte. Wabale. Ibela manikte. Wamanikte.
Ya entanca. Ibla manikte. Ohan. Ha. Daku. Kichik tepe. Ohan. Wamanikte.
Oh ja. Oh, ik ga.
Sugan kan Ibela manikte.
Ha. Ibla manik. Wamanik. Wabla. Wamanikte. Ibla manikte.
Looks like the fight can begin, but I don't know where anyone is, so I'll have to wait. Yeah. I don't have any falconets at call, so I can't cut through the Treasure Guardian sections faster, unfortunately. What I can do is grab the snail site ahead of time.
Ekich de Macha. Ohan.
Mazuat Wamanikte. Wabale. Tansi. Omisi. Ohan.
Ibala manikte.
Kikwe.
Ibla manikte. Womanikte. Wable. Ibla manikte. Mazo wacha kitchita.
Ekis de hemacha. Ibala ma.
Womanikte.
Oha. Chan.
Ali. Mia. Miyakyu. Mia. Miyakyu.
Ibla manik. Womanik. Wable. Ibla manikte. Womanikte. Wable.
Bereit. Verstanden. Jawohl. Verstanden. Jawohl. Verstanden wird erledigt. Verstanden wird erledigt. Jawohl. Verstanden wird erledigt. Fast wird erledigt. Auftrag. Jawohl. Wird erledigt. Jawohl. Verstanden wird erledigt. Verstanden. Wird erledigt. Verstanden wird erledigt. Verstanden. Ja, wird jawohl, bereit. Verstanden, jawohl, verstanden, wird jawohl, wird erledigt.
Muyacha. Halo human. Oha, ibach.
Dat halo.
Tiwohati. Halo human.
Michotita.
Daku.
Zuya etancha.
Oha.
Daku. Halo. Michotita. Halo. Daku. Halo.
Ha. Halo him. Ha. Halo him. Kalohium Tiwohat. Kalohium.
Ha, daku. Wichotita ha. Wamanikte. Halo.
Ha.
हाँ डाकू खालो
Akichet wable.
चांद Choti Halo.
Jabahimite.
Halo.
Ha. Halo hiumi. Tiwohachi. Halo hiumi.
Halo. Daku.
Ha. Jabahimite.
Chan.
Ha. Chapahinite. Tiwohaki. Chapahinite. Ha. Chapahinite.
Hallo. Richoti. Hallo. Oha.
Ha. Ha.
Richoti. Iblamnikte.
Tiwohati. Tabahininte.
Ha, daku. Yushpushpupi. Hallo. Oha. Hallo. Ha, dak wamp wachan.
Tak wamanikte.
Wable. Hejutu mechacha. Washte taku. Washte taku. Ha. Washte.
Ekit de macha.
Daku. Wable.
Ibla manikte.
Wamanikte.
Daku. Wabale.
Mazel attack. Wable.
Oha.
Ha, dakchan.
Oha.
Oha, chan. Richoti taha. Ha, chan. Oha.
Tiwoha. Tabahininte.
Ha, chan. Wable, chan.
Ekit de macha. Daku. Iblamanite. Wamanite.
Auftrag.
Oha. Wabale. Ibla manite.
Wamane. Washte. Wable.
Ya ya. Şavake.
Bereit.
Daku.
Wird erledigt.
Daku. Ciao. Mazel ciao.
Richoti taha.
Wamanikte. Kichi teknik. Kichi teknik. Kichi teknik. Ciao.
Auftrag verstanden. Jawohl.
Ciao.
Wable. Wamanikte. Kichi. Şavake.
Bereit. In den Kampf. Auf, jawohl!
Chawakte. Chawakte. Ja,
Oha, wamani wab wam ibla mani. Daku wam wamani ibla mani. Akich de macha. Ibla wabale. John, what
Woman. Recht. Woman, ibla manikte.
Charte.
Wamanitte.
Wahan. Sige, wamanik wable.
Ali. Niyaki. Kikwe. Takonakote. Omiakomisi.
Wicho tita.
Hello human. Ah, hello human.
Wich hello. Da. Wicho tita. Wable hello. Wicho tita.
Ebla menikte.
أكيد يبلا ماني ومنيتة.
Aha, iblam nite. Tipi waje ewa.
Womanite. Dacha.
ومنيتة. يبلا مانيتة. وابله. وابله.
Suya ebla menikte.
Auftrag.
Wable.
jawohl. Ja, bereit.
Oha.
Womanikte.
Oha. Wab ibla. Woman ibla man. Womanik. Womanik. Ibla. Wabale.
Ja, bereit.
Miyaku.
Woble. Ha.
Tansi. Tako. Omiakoto.
Akichita. Woble.
Ali. Miyaku. Kikwe. Omisi. Kakoto. Ha. Mia.
Woble. Echt.
Suga ibl womanikte. Womanikte. Ibala money. Gone, gone.
Hallo. Oha. Hallo. Micho tita. Womanikte. Hallo. Just hallo.
Ti wohan.
Auftrag? Ja, wird erledigt. Jawohl.
Küçük tepe.
Wama wobble. Utate.
Ali. Ali. Miyaku.
Właśnie, taku. Mas łama nigdy. Łable. Ha.
Uchotika.
Oh, evil charge. A keeps the hamacha.
Nakote. Tans nakote. Kikwe. Onisik. Nakote.
Evil wobble. Wamani. Wobble. Wam ukiche. Wobble. Wamani. Wobble. Lamani. Wam charge. Wam Lamani. Ukiche.
Łama nigdy. Łama nigdy. Łama nigdy. Łama nigdy.
A keeps the woman. Evil wobble. Lamani. Wam wobble. Charge.
Je suis blessé. Je ne peux pas.
Objective B.
Womanik, Ibla, Kitchen Tepe.
Objective B. Objective D.
nikte.
Chotita. Wable, womanik, chawakte.
Mazo ibla manikte. Waple.
Chacha.
Womanikte. Womanikte. Le.
Wobble, wobble, la money, wobble, la money. Gun, duck, charge, duck, charge, gun, wobble, charge.
Ja, jawohl.
Uçoti halo.
Čate. Čate. Čate.
Ne uzimajte službenike! Žurno! Kako žel? Žurno! Kako krećem?
Igen. Előbb! Támadás! Auftrag!
Ne uzimajte zarobljenike!
Igen, előre! Igen.
Biće izvršeno!
Auf den Jawohl.
Auftrag. Jawohl.
Ne uzimajte zarobljenike! Ne uzimajte zarobljenike!
Igen.
Žurno!
Womanikte.
كيتشك لا ما نقدر لا ما نقدر هذا وخا كيتشك وبلا لا
Woman keep wabla. Dot wabble. Ibla money wabble. Ukijek to be.
Solo humans.
I keep talking. Womanite. Der Markt, Womanite.
Auftrag? Ja? Ja, verstanden.
We chose Hallo.
Bereit. Wird erledigt.
Womanite, wobble, wobble, womanite, wobble, womanite, wobble, wobble. Womanite.
TP1
Oh, wobble. Womanite. Akit wobble. Wobble. Duck gone. Evil wobble. Der Macha, Womanite. Iblama, Womanite, Iblama. Akit der Macha, Womanite, Iblama, Wobble. Jog, jog. Money.
Iblamnikte. Kaga.
Dako.
Oha, Womanikte. Sugan, Uki, Chawate, Ibalama, Uki, Chawate, Uki, Jet the Big One, Uki, Jet the Big One.
Womanikte. Uchawa.
Womanikte. Uchawatte. Uchawatte. Ukitete. Ibala manikte.
Womanikte.
Ibala manikte.
Nkichi tekbi. Nkichi tekbi. Wabichao. Mazu wa taa kikita.
Ibala manikte.
ציבור הגלן.
Ibala manikte.
Nkichi tekbi. Mazu wa taa kikita. Womanikte. Kichi tekbi.
Chotita.
Ajoute au Chacha.
Je ne peux pas bouger.
Вамане, ваште.
Tech B. Oh, Chief Tech B.
Hallo. You spoosh. Chotita.
You blaming. Oh, Boblet. Mazuata Kitita, Ohanda, Ohan, Ibon Wabble, Handa, Wabble, Iblamenikte.
Wamane, Taku, Han, Wable, Hajutu Wichacha, Wamane, Han, Taku.
Wable.
Shugan kanka.
Oha, yushpush pupi.
Tiwo ibach mazastam nawain.
Chotita ha.
Maz Wable.
Ibla manikte.
Daku. Womanikte. Iblamenikte. Womanikte. Iblamenikte.
Auftrag wird erledigt.
Oha, Wamanikte.
Aha, ibla manikte.
Womanikte.
Dak yushpush pupi. Oha. Daku yushpush pupi.
Ha mazastam nawain.
Daku.
Mazastam nawain. Ha mazastam nawain. Tiwohan mazastam nawain.
Oha, yushpush pupi.
Ha mazastam nawain. Tiwohan khalo hin.
Wichotita ha. Oha. Khalo. Wichotita ha. Khalo. Oha. Wichotita ha. Womanikte.
Hejutu wichacha. Washte. Wamane.
Iblamnikte.
Wable. Ha.
Oha. Womanikte.
Wamane. Washte. Wable.
Wable.
Hejutu. Ha.
Tiwo ibach unkiai. Ha iblamnikte.
Wable.
Ha tiwohan.
Wable. Wamane. Washte. Ha. Daku.
Ha ibach unkiai.
Oha.
Mazo Womanikte.
Kikwe. Omisi.
Akichita Iblamenikte. Oha. Akichita etazi powaya. Womanikte. Daku.
Ibla manikte. Shugan Wamanikte.
Aha tiwo ibnyacha. Hello human. Hello human.
Wird erledigt. Bereit, jawohl. Verstanden. Wird erledigt.
Womanikte.
Wichotita. Halo. Wichotita. Halo. Halo. Womanite. Woman. You spoosh. Wichotita. You spoosh. You spoosh.
Oha. Tak, i blam. Woman, i blam. Daku. Aki wable. Daku. Iblamen wable. Akichita ibla.
Ne
Maza waha kichita.
Krećem.
Oha, i bila me nikte.
Prako krećem.
Wable.
Wichotit Halo. Halo. Halo. Dak. Wichot Wable. Womanikte Wable. Halo.
Yeah. Follow him.
Aku?
Da.
Kako želite. Krećem. Žurno! Krećem. Žurno! Krećem. Spremni. Žurno! Kako želite. Krećem. Kako želi. Krećem. Žurno! Kako želi. Krećem. Biće izvršeno. Ne uzimajte zarobljenike! Žurno! Kako želite. Krećem. Žurno! Kako želite.
Womanite. Woble. Halo. Da.
Halo hilti woha. Mazastam nawai.
Daku. Womanite. Woble. Womanite. Wichotita. Yushbush. Yushbush. Wichoti. Halo.
Halo hilti.
Oha, ekić dehemacha.
Tko su moj... Kako krećem.
Auftrag verstanden. Ja, verstanden.
Mazovat. Wabale. Wabale. Wabale.
Kako želite.
Ja. In den Kampf.
Mazovat.
Ne uzimajte zarobljenike! Napad! Ne uzimajte zarobljenike! Ne ubiće izvršeno! Napad! Ne napad!
Kichi teknik.
Ja, verstanden.
İbelamedik. in den Angriff.
Ali, Miyagiu. Tansa, Onakote.
Womanikte.
Womanikte. Ibla manikte.
Bereit. Jawohl.
Jawohl, in den Angriff.
Bereit. Angriff. Jawohl, verstanden.
Ibla manikte.
Ja, wird erleben. Auftrag. In den Angriff. Ja, bereit. Angriff. Was? Womanik, ciao. Ja, wird erleben. Jawohl, in den Angriff. Was? Auftrag. In den Kampf. In den Kampf.
Je suis blessé. Je ne peux pas bouger.
Chotita. Chan. Wobble.
Recht, with kitchik, with jawakte. Kitchik tepe.
Tiwohati, Uyacha.
Oha. Bereit. Wird jawohl.
Aha. Ukichekted pi.
Ja? Jawohl.
Da?
Bereit. Wird ja verstanden. Jawohl.
Klar, Mann.
Tepe! Kako už ne bit će izvršeno. Da, već. Sreć, ne uzimajte zarobljenike! Küçük tepe! Küçük tepe!
Ja, aber verstanden.
Ha, die Bach.
Kako želite.
Womanite.
What does he mean by army slowly? What do you mean slowly? He had his training cards in. There's no excuse. You should have been able to keep up with the Native Americans, man. Really? You don't know how to fight a Lakota and Black Forest nothing? I don't even have artillery or anything. You know, you just had to make good unit comms. That's it. Yeah, well, Lakota are just that good sometimes, I guess. There's that too. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this. There we go, yeah. That was definitely something. Almost 5H, man. This got out. Ugh. I don't know how I did that one. Yeah. Crazy, crazy. Brutal. Is there any Bukai on, just so I know? Let me find out. I'd be up for a Bukai if there was one here. You're cute. Hey, you're cute. You're so cute. Is there anything going on Kyber at this point? It's so late. Oh yeah, it's expanded supremacy because of, oh, they have Saberfront still. Let's join that up. Let me get out of this. I'd like to do a little dueling tonight after dealing with that conundrum. Yeah, no, after dealing with that, I kind of want to go do some saber dueling. Practice some dueling and stuff.
You dare much to interfere.
I see somebody up there. Where are you going? It's Curious Jorge.
Your vision is dim. cannot imagine my
Good duel, man. Good one. Jedi, Ben? Ben Solo was a Jedi?
Bow to your emperor. Now die!
Good one.
No use for you. Dark shadow.
Good one, man. Who's that? Who that? Yoder? You gonna play Yoder? Oh, Yoder! Oh, Yoder! Alright. Yoder's an interesting one. Kind of annoying, but I can usually deal with it. I can deal with him as palps. I'm missing my little green friend. How did that happen? They had him right in the... Alright, I'll take it. It was alright. Yeah, alright, well, I'll change it up then. Change to another one.
I think we can slip right by. Flanker scan.
Ooh, that's a good aim right there. Right here. Now we get that corner there. I didn't even know a little green frame was behind me. Ooh. Alright, well, I'll have to change to another one then. Well, I think who I can do with you. Maybe Dark Mar. Here you are. I miss my targets really badly. Okay, I'm gonna have to get into position now. Ooh. I'm getting dying. I'm dead. I might be. I can't get out of here. Oh boy. I'm trying to get that force ability in the right spot. Oh yeah, no, that I know how to deal with Yoda sometimes. How about Vader? How do I do with Vader versus Yoda?
All right.
I am also easily injured. These are the fruits of treason.
Return to your master. You should. You are not the first the Emperor taught.
Others failed. I did not. He values effort. Now it ends.
One quick transmission.
I offer you nothing.
I'm gonna get my stamina back up.
You are midway to power and glory.
I almost have him on the Palpatine, I believe. Oh, man.
Your destiny is here. No. Your weapons betray you. You cannot resist. No escape. Master Yoda is here.
Well, I'm sure I would have gotten that one.
Not have come out of hiding.
Come to see your Empire ID.
Yoder.
The price of insurgence. You cannot hide. No. Worthless. No escape.
Defend myself.
Yoda cannot survive this battle. I am valued effort. Defy me.
Rely on
The Jedi know little of power. You cannot hide. And it was
Oh! Is that lag? How did he do that? I wasn't even close. Is he? I don't know. Yeah. So you say it now? Okay, well, let's do another one then. Well, there's an Ewok here. What about the little Ewok? Wicket. Oh great, so we have another Yoda to deal with. A furry Yoda. Yoda is a furry. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yoda's a furry.
Oppose me. No escape. Think not. These are the fruits of treason. No.
Got him. Got him. A little tough, but I got him at the end there. Yeah. Oh, so now it's a Yoda versus Wicked fight. Seven v8? They're gonna do it 4 versus 4. And now sync like crazy? Wow, that's insane, dude. Wow. Brutal.
Stop killing
Yeah, we could do that tomorrow, maybe. Yeah. Depends on what time you get on for stuff. We can do some extract nations.
run interference.
Vader versus Vader. Here we go.
Think not. You know the drill.
Stop me!
No. You cannot harm. Now it ends. Skywalker. Resist. Do not waste my time. No escape. Worthless. No. You cannot resist. You test my patience.
Vader is coming!
You cannot flee. You cannot hide. Defy me. I am not so easily injured. No.
Whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I was like losing my stuff there for a little bit. Try someone else now. Did I get to go over there yesterday to the palace up on the hill over there? I believe that's the palace that you do HVV in during the Naboo match. Yeah. That's the actual palace up there. It spawns you outside in the grass area down here. Yeah. That's why all the trees out here look flat like this, because you're not actually supposed to be out here. You kind of have to be in there, yeah. Yeah, sometimes people just play around here and walk around out there to see what it looks like, yeah. It's kind of fun. You never know what you're going to find out here, basically. Can't remember if I came all the way down here or not the last time. Yeah. Oh yeah, you got the beams of light in the water up here, yeah. Remember that. Wonder how far this goes out here. Yeah, I don't think we'll have time to explore it all, but at least run around a little bit. See what we got out here. What's out here if we run past this area? Ooh, endless grass out here. Very, very nice. What happens if we climb up that ridge and climb up the mountain up there, what we see up there?
The raging wren is on a Kylo spree.
Oh, he went up the other way. That's cool. Trying to see where the area ends up here. I don't think I'll be up for 2 hours, TBH. Oh, he's falling behind me. Please don't lose your dual team. Please don't lose your dual team. Yeah, that'd be annoying.
Destiny proves no match.
That's
for
unfortunate. I was trying to
Dared
climb up the mound
challenge
up there.
The legendary Anakin Skywalker.
Ugh. So where are we now? What's going on? Why isn't it filling? That's weird. Very weird. Oh, we're in the hangar thing. That's cool.
Seas of slaughter. These canals are overflowing with your favorite showboats and their unquenchable thirst.
Let's find
for
someone to
celebrity.
help.
unobservant hero falls as the villains begin their attack.
Grateful for my mercy.
I got Vader. I have to go into Sidious, so I'm gonna kill Vader. Yes, I'm Darth Maul. Yeah. That was a pretty bad one.
You cannot resist. No escape. Shall we continue? Cannot hide. Cannot flee. No escape. No. Worthless. Cannot flee. Think not.
Doing better this time, though.
No.
Whew.
No escape. Cannot harm. You cannot flee. Your life ebbs. Worthless. Your weapons betrayed. You defy me.
Trying to get an opening here.
Your death.
Promise I keep getting myself killed here every time I try and get an opening.
No.
Yeah. It's pretty insane.
Do not oppose me. Enough. No escape. Cannot flee. Cannot hide. No escape. we continue? Enough.
The villainous killing spree continues.
Cannot resist. Cannot hunt.
I'm dead.
By me.
Lead taken by scary-looking enemies.
Oh, come on, no.
No.
That sounds... I decided to quit at that point. I can't connect anything. Alright, I'm gonna go with the Grievous thing now. Where's this guy? Trying to find this kid. Who's the guy I just dealt with? There he is.
No escape. You cannot hunt. I am not so easily injured. You have failed. Enough.
The nice guys aren't finishing last this time.
Test my patience. Defy me?
Chosen one, countless victims.
Think not.
I'll have to go Sidious.
Match for me.
This was an unwise decision. You cannot resist. Futile.
How did he do that? He only took 9 damage. Was he cheating? Does he have damage reduction or something on? You don't have cards in this, right? How's he getting damage reduction? That one did alright.
You cannot imagine my power.
He's getting damage reduction or something.
There Well. Price of insurance. Weapons betray you. Worthless. How hopeless! How unfortunate.
Crazy. How I got out of the way. How did he swing me? Oh, God. I don't know, man. We'll try one or two more times and call it quits.
End your challenge.
I was... This cheater. I'm not even in range of you, unless it's the lag or something. I'm not in the range of the choke, am I? How did he get me there?
No escape. Experience power! Valiant effort. You cannot resist. Your purpose is complete.
How am I getting slapped on the tail here?
Chosen one, countless victims.
Your hope has blinded you. I am not so easily injured. Enough. So unfortunate. No escape.
escape. Your weapons betray me. You cannot resist.
All hail the Dark Lord of Kill Streaks.
Alright, I'm heading out now, I think. Thank you all for coming. We're gonna have some good old Resurgence Day streaming today. Looking forward to it. Sign off now. See you all within so many hours. Alright, see you then.